O. Inkub.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
No matter who the opponent, I shall not yield.
Huh. Oh. Hello, Incub. How are you? I went past that moment in the game. How are you today? You're the first viewer in this fundraising stream to get a doctor's appointment. I did my blood today, and now I need to present my findings to the doctor, who will tell me how many blood clots I've collected. Tired of you.
Finishing strike. Final blast. I love a good fight. That was too easy.
What's next? Wait a minute, I could... Yeah, I could re-equip him now. Now, Emerald Necklace goes to Mr. Johnny. Learn. I don't think I've ever used this skill. Okay. All right, let's go.
To my side, my
Noble Einherjar.
No matter who the opponent, I shall not yield.
You missed.
Be damned!
See? Setup. It's all about the setup, as I've always said. Or fire.
Before my blades, all are powerless.
Okay, let's not get overexcited. How are we doing today? We are doing some gaming and politics. We're gonna check out what has been happening in the world, and we're gonna be talking about it like nerds. Also, we're fundraising money for me to be able to go to the doctors. Yeah. Look at those floating eyeballs.
To my side, my noble Einherjar. Such impudence. You face
Hello, Moho. Okay, I might have a weird question. Why hasn't Ukraine invaded? Why doesn't Ukraine invade Transnistria yet? Wait, what do you mean? Transnistria? Why? That is a weird question. Why are you asking why has Ukraine not invaded itself? Why do you want Ukraine to invade itself?
you missed.
Am I... Wait, invade Transnistria? Okay, what are we... I have to make sure maybe I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm just... Oh, that Transnistria. Okay, no, never mind. Why would it invade it? Okay, no, never mind. Wait. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. I was thinking of something else. What? Because it's not really in a position to invade anyone. Hello, Lettuce. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if you would have gained anything by invading Transnistria, considering that Transnistria has been abandoned by Russia effectively when it lost gas and electricity. Russia wouldn't care. How's it going? I'm suffering from lack of money to go to the doctors. Do you know who wants to invade what? A certain pro-Russian presidential candidate of Romania wants to annex Moldova. And Transnistria is a stolen part of Moldova. Siad, Fajdo, siad. Jesteś mistrzem. I know. That's why I'm doing fundraising stream. But yes, Moho, I don't think Ukraine has anything to gain from invading Transnistria.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
Fajdo. Au! Fajdo! Siad! Siad, Fajdo! Fajdo! Siad! Siad! Fajdo! Siad! Siad! Fajdo! Fajdo! Siad! 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 Fajdo! Siad! Siad. Like, it's weird it exists at all. I mean, it's also weird that that stolen part of Georgia exists, isn't it? It's weird that the republics of Donetsk and Luhansk ever existed. Like, that is Russia's modus operandi, carving out those separatist areas. But Russia also abandons them, so Ukraine invading them would not really do anything. Apart from diverting Ukrainian forces. Fajdo! 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 He wants something from me, but I don't know. He probably wants me to walk him, but I cannot walk him right now. Fajdo! I just started stream. I cannot stop it now to just walk him. Maybe later. Fajdo! Fajdo! It wants to invade Transnistria. Who wants to invade Transnistria? Ukraine? Link me an article saying that. The dog. Oh. Maybe. But I cannot invade Transnistria. Fajdo! Ouch, 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 ouch. Siadaj, siadaj, bosie. Jesteś moim szefem, jesteś moim landlordem. Nie, 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 Fajdo, nie, nie pod stołem, nie pod krzesłem. We need to encourage Lucy to open up a interval screen more and play the music I made for her. The what? What interval screen? What do you mean? Oh, when I go to the... I will play it when I go walk Fido later. Fido. Shut. Fido. 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 Shut. Fido. Fido. You know what? I might just need to go. I might just have to literally go to that, you know, interval screen, start social access music, and go walk Fido because he is crazy. If you like what I do, which is walking Fido, and you'd like me to get my doctor's visit, then why not donate? I need $100. Go walk him a bit. Oh my god. Hold on. Fido. 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 I cannot, he doesn't even give me the time to put on that intermittent. If you could see him jumping at me, that was him asking me to walk him. Ow! Ow! Fido. Już, Fido. Ow! Okay, how do I go to that screen again? No, it's starting soon. Okay, now I have to find social access music. Ow! Oh yeah, here we go. No, that's not it. Ouch. Ow! Fido. Ow. Ow. I cannot find it. Ow. Anybody still here? While I do this? Ouch! Ow, ow. Ow, ow! Fido. Shut, Fido. Okay, wait, where's Zoshelix? I have to relink. Okay. I have no clue how to put it on a loop. So it will play until it ends. Oh yeah, I have to walk Fido. He just wants to eat me. I'll be right back. I have to walk him a bit. Also, if you like the music that you're hearing now, Zoshelix's commissions are always open. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I'm back. I walked the dog, thank you. Yes, I've been playing the music you've made. I've left it playing for when I want to walk the... Hold on, what did he do? When I went to walk him, he pooped. I thought you would like to know that he pooped. He pooped. He made a poop. No. This time he just wanted to go out and poop. He has figured out that if he bites me and pulls me by my clothing, I will go out and walk him. Which I think I've taught him bad habits, but at least I don't know. It's a channel of communication. He stops biting me when I start putting my shoes on and my coat on, and when I take my keys and when I take the leash, he stops biting me and just waits for me to take him. So I assume this must be his way of telling me, walk me now or suffer. But yes, thank you so much. We have gathered a lot for the doctor. Pay, let's see how much I've got right now for the doctor. 100, so I've got 155 zlotys. So I only need 280. Am I counting this correctly? Maybe. But thank you. I need to transfer the money later to the bank. Oh yes, let's turn on the music. How are you? How is everybody today? Yes. The music's back from the game. Yay. Excellent. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
No matter how many are defeated,
More appear. So we're on the roof.
to my side, my noble Einherjar.
This won't be easy.
We will have to look on the news. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. The counter has screwed me over. He missed.
That was too easy. What's next?
What's next? Wait, didn't he level up? Oh, he did. Okay. Skill. Learn. Combo counter. Counter. Survival. First aid. And what else? That's it. Oh. All right. How do you like this game? It's a classic. It's one of my favorite games. When you play as a goddess. A goddess. It's nice? Yeah, you play as a powerful woman with blue hair. The wokest game. As I've said many times, if this game came out now, it would have been declared woke. Wokey. A wokey game. Flame Jewel. Wait, what does this Flame Jewel do? Cure condition. Flame Jewel. Jewel which has a flame burning within it. Sometimes an angel can be seen within the flame. Transmute the Flame Jewel. Auto item? Wait, I can have auto items so quick in the game? Yes, please. Oh my gosh, one of the best skills in the entire game? Yes. Yes, please. Oh my gosh. So 50% elixir, 50% union plume. Okay. I'm gonna eat up my items really bad, but you know what? It's worth it actually. It's worth it to be immortal. And now I'm unbeatable. We're gonna see. I'm gonna buy a bunch of items now. I didn't see the point before, but now, oh boy. Divine item, elixir, a lot of elixirs. Union plume, yes please. Harpy, the flying hag. The flying hag, eh? Die, beast! Abomination! You are an insult to all natural birds. And that's that. That's the dialogue.
Come to me, dark warriors. Battle awaits us.
Hag. Harpy, a difficult foe if fought with a sword, but easily shot and taken down from a distance. I got the message.
Not even close.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Please don't tell me the bow broke. The bow broke. Auto item. There you go.
Take that.
You missed. Come on. Oh. Alright. I'm almost ready. I was almost ready. But as you can see, auto item is a really good skill. One of the best in the game. When I saw that I can get it now, I was like, oh wow. Okay. I'm never gonna have to heal again.
It shall be engraved
All
upon
right.
your soul. Divine assault.
Nibalang Valesti.
I see this foe will not fall.
Mugen no Kensen. Blade art. Senko Jin. None can stand before me.
Their souls have been released. We have no reason to remain here.
What happened? Why are you thinking in Cube? Also, why are you white? Alright, let's go. Let's steal all the artifacts from Lord Odin. Let's spite Lord Odin. Do we hate Lord Odin? Any Lord Odin haters in here? Holy Grail. Oh, we have to keep that. Probably is a useless item, but you know what? Holy Grail. No, I'm keeping the Holy Grail. Fine Fen. Oh, it's a weapon. Tara of the Holy Empress. Oh. Didn't Kub praise the music? Fine Fen. Ooh. Alright. Okay, what does the Holy Grail do? Surely it's not just a useless item. It can be drunken from but once each chapter, and it raises strength, intelligence, dexterity, energy of the drinker. Oh wait, hold on. Actually pretty good. How do I leave this dungeon now? Here. Perfect. Perfect. Oh. Perfect. I will never die again. Not in this game. I think I also need one more skill, Guts. If I have Guts, then I'll be immortal in this game. Guts allows my characters to come back to life when they die. Guts plus auto item makes you immortal, effectively, in this game. Isn't that cool? No, it's not cool.
To my side, my
Noble Einherjar.
No matter who the opponent, I shall not.
It shall be engraved upon your soul. Divine assault.
Not so tough anymore, the Harpy.
Steed. suffering.
Reflect sorcery. Oh.
Mugen no Kensen.
Why can't Arngrim have...
Art. Senko Ji.
Alright. Well done.
It's not. You are doomed.
Killed by the bird.
Have I made a terrible mistake?
Yes. I have no clue why you're talking about making horrible mistakes now, of all times, but yes, you have indeed made a horrible mistake. Repent. Repent for your horrible mistake.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
No matter who the opponent, I shall not yield.
Wow, weak opponents are weak. Okay, not weak. Not weak at all. Alright. This game has a sequel, by the way.
Have I made a terrible mistake?
This game had a sequel on the PlayStation 2. What does? Wait, hold on, what does? Cave of Oblivion, pretty good experience.
To my side, my
I've got a
noble
very poor memory.
Einherjar.
Yes, it does, on the PlayStation 2.
With true wrath.
In this game you play as Valkyrie Leneth, and in the second one you play as Valkyrie Silmeria. It does certain things nice, but I feel like the first one is superior. Because the second one just introduces time travel and sort of kind of undoes the first game. It's weird.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
No matter who the opponent, I shall not yield.
It shall be engraved
It's
upon
weird
your
that way.
soul. Divine assault. Nibelang Valesti. You have no hope of survival.
Also, this game is in glorious 2D, and the PlayStation 2 game is in 3D. Although the second game is also very nice looking. It uses the PlayStation 2 resources to the max, that's for sure.
I grow tired of you.
Finishing strike. Final blast.
Now die and be silent.
How much experience? What's treasure?
Ha! Did you think you could defeat
Me? Bastard sword.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
Uh-oh.
Too slow.
These opponents might be tough. These opponents. Thank God I got auto item. Got a lot of HP. See?
Mugen no Kensen.
Blade art. Okay, I'm eating away at their HP pretty well with special skills.
Not you.
It shall be engraved upon your soul. Divine assault.
So the god characters say divine assault, and the human characters that are Einherjar say
Foe will not
finishing strike.
Tired of you. Finishing strike. Final blast.
That's the difference between gods and humans.
I love a good fight. Mugen no Kensen. Blade art.
Oh, and this one says Mugen no Kensen. Blade art.
Still you.
He doesn't say finishing strike, but most humans say finishing strike. This is why I need guts, okay? Wiped out. Really? Wow. Okay. Alright, wait. I'm gonna do long streams. Oh my gosh, so much to do, so little time. Okay, I have to load the game. The chat is very quiet tonight. What's happening? What's happening, chat? Did you get bored of this game? Can I somehow get guts? No. You're not chatty? Oh yeah, I have to go look up something online. How to decrease Lenneth seal value. Lenneth. Oh. Okay, how to lower seal value. How do you... Yeah, how do you lower it? Okay. Oh, you can... Okay. Okay. I think I'm doing well, and I didn't even know you could talk to Lucian. Okay, let's send someone to Valhalla. I think we're gonna say goodbye to Belenus. If we're gonna say goodbye to Belenus, then we're gonna give him the emerald necklace. Okay. Now we say goodbye to Belenus by... by raising his hero status to max. Belenus is a good hero. Look at his hero value. He has so many good traits. What a hero. Oh my god, he really is. It's like hero value 140 or whatever. Prudent, precise, romantic. Wait, romantic is considered a bad trait in this game. Oh my gosh, this game is so anti-love. Did you see that? Being a romantic is considered a bad trait. Oh my god. Romance is dead. Okay. We're gonna skip the remaining periods. I think we're fine. Wait, hold on. I have to send him. Transfer. I almost did not send him. Okay. Now we can... We're gonna be praised by Freya because I've sent them an excellent breed of warrior. An excellent breeder. Sacred phase.
It has been a long time, Lenin.
It's true.
Our current situation is as follows.
What's our current situation in the war? Are we winning thanks to me? Oh my god, we are! We are winning thanks to me!
Our current situation is the enemy is fighting ferociously. We must take care.
Okay.
Do you wish to know the status of our Anheriar?
Yes. Lelewin.
You wish to know his status?
I do. Awarded the rank of 17 level god. Return to Valhalla special training. Inspection of Roro Cave. Order on special mission -5. Uh-oh, he messed up a mission. Lelewin and several Aesir soldiers are organizing squads of soldiers to patrol the Robornok Sea area. In recognition of his recent activities, Lelewin is chosen to lead the unit. However, his face, rather than showing happiness at being chosen, turns pale. The ocean is, huh? What's wrong? Not too comfortable about... Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up. I said I can't swim. What? Ruined big chance because you can't swim. Hero value -5. Oh my god. Lelewin, you bastard. You're making me look bad. Okay, we've got a victory. Sasera Wasteland, first platoon. On the way back to Valhalla, first platoon was in Kasserl Waste when it spotted a single enemy on patrol. An enemy patrol and just a few of them. We can't let them escape with information. We've got to crush them here. I want you to ambush them. Hurry up and make preparations. Wow, okay. Distraction of enemy. Exploit, recognize. Oh, okay. So it's zeroed out. Lelewin, you have been doing very well lately. No sir, not at all. Keep up the good work. Your efforts here will have a big effect on the war here in Asgard. Yes, I understand. I'll do my best. Aww, he's been recognized for being a good little puppy. Okay, how about Belenus?
You wish to know the status of our Anheriar?
Yes, tell me about Belenus.
You wish to know his status?
Yes. Evaluation of desired abilities +5. Awarded the rank of 15 level god. Experimental use of artifacts. Report of experiments results. Patrol of Valhalla Palace and environs. Conversation with Aesir. Wow, he's an exceptional warrior. Alright, I knew I sent the right guy. I'm gonna be rewarded. Belenus, you wear a cloak of elegance. You are different than other Einherjar. Think you so? I myself not know of such things. I thought you would answer as such. Wow, what a deep and wonderful exchange. Pursuit of spies. Enemy spies infiltrate Valhalla and run off with important information. That's... Why does this need a whole scroll screen?
We have allowed enemy spies to infiltrate us. They have stolen secret information as well as several artifacts.
Uh-oh.
Go to the Elvia Plains and follow them. Destroy the enemy units to prevent them handing over this information and retrieve the artifacts.
Am I gonna get these The Vanir spies infiltrated a few hours ago. If you start pursuing them now, you'll catch them to the near gate falls. The stolen artifacts are absolutely vital to our future war strategy. They have stolen valuable data files of the Aesir and their bases. You must retrieve them.
Have a speedy Einherjar take the shortcut through the mountains. It is a dangerous path, but it will save much time. Attack the enemy from 2 sides.
Okay. We did it. Belenus has activities recognized. You're a perfect warrior, Belenus. Belenus! Oh, Thor! Look, Thor! Your exploits of late astonish me. Ah, thank you, my lord. I shall try to live up to your hopes. Good. I expect much of you indeed. Thank you, Thor. War and Thunder. Alright. Oh wow. Plus 41 hero value. So now he's even cooler of a hero.
The status of our Einherjar?
That's all of the Einherjar, I think. There's no more. There's no more Einherjar.
About your performance.
Okay.
Send us warriors, brave and true.
If you really do well, she will say, "It is magnificent."
These are all the materialized points I can grant you at this time.
That's not much.
The Lord Odin is pleased with you.
Alright.
He bids me give you these artifacts.
Ooh, Elemental Scepter, Lightning Bolt, Shadow Servant, Splash, Heal, Throw, Extreme Guard, Emerald Neck. Okay.
Lenneth, I have a request to make of you. We need archers. Send us someone who can strike.
I guess I will send someone.
We need an Einherjar who can gather intelligence. Send us an Einherjar skilled at reconnaissance. May fate guide your hand. I pray for your good fortune.
I pray for your good fortune. Alright. Ba 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 ba. Throw. Oh. 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 Okay, let's try to get someone. Also, can I transmutate some good weapons now? Whoa. I got dizzy. Valoon sword. Elemental Edge is actually pretty good. Let's get it for Arngrim. Alright, we've got a good weapon, finally. Who are we recruiting? Cashel!
It's a miracle they left this one intact. Behold the grand sting, forged from the very brilliance of the blue sky. Its absolute evil around this creation.
But that doesn't mean we should just throw our lives away. Come on out! Show your face!
You're not the only one. You have to be strong, Cashel. You're not the only one who's sad. Cashel! Cashel! Carmilla Village. Cashel! Why are you being like this? Okay, let's go to the Carmilla Village. We're doing so well in this game. Wonderful. Where is the Cashel village? Carmel village. There we go. Attached to Artolia, Camille is disarray, constantly becoming embroiled in the wars of their neighbors. Their history shows how often they have to been trampled underfoot. Oh my gosh. Turned to stone. Cashel? This is awful. This isn't at all like Ward said. This is tragic. A basilisk, a cockatrice, or a gorgon? This seems a bit more than any of those beasts could handle. Only the people were petrified. Nothing else, and there isn't a single person that hasn't been shattered. That's proof that whatever it did, this was no mere beast. It had intellect. It had brains as well as brawn. Medusa! Probably. This is bad. This is bad. Anyway, let's look for survivors. Right. He's always said that anyone left alive is worth 1,000 oath. The bastard? Who's the bastard? They're using a sword as a deadbolt? Maybe they've trapped the Medusa here. This blade. Hey, can you read this writing? I cannot read, I'm just a simpleton. These are ancient runes. Goodness. They're carved up the entire length of the blade. Yeah, I bet everybody here can just casually read ancient runes because that's how it works. Everybody can just read ancient writings like it's nothing. Behold the grand sting forged from the very brilliance of the blue sky. See? I told you. By its power, the absolute evil of this ground is contained. Absolute evil? Also, most peasants had basic reading skills. I mean, okay, there's a difference between basic reading skills and being able to read ancient runes. It's basically like saying most peasants have basic reading skills, therefore they can read hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt. It's a miracle they left this one intact. Cashel, bring me the potion. So that's what happened. Huh? This kid released the evil. She was probably just playing around. Don't you think it's odd finding a little girl here? Anyway, there's no need to depetrify her right now. I can't stand to hear kids cry. I guess you're right. Maybe we should heal her once we're outside town. I mean that the character saying they can't read because they are not noble makes no sense. They can read, they can't read it because it's ancient runes. Yeah, I know. You're right. Wouldn't that have been pleasant? You bastard! Come on out and show your face, bastard, basti, vile creature. Does it please you to perform acts of good shrouded in ill? Obscuring your true intentions only makes it that much more hateful. Ah. The vial, I've got to protect it.
This is what is most important to you?
A Valkyrie? I'm not sure. I was so obsessed with it. All I can say is, I guess it was.
You have earned the right to live.
To live?
Yes, the right to life.
As an Einherjar, that is. But he's not that good. It didn't break. Another miracle. Cashel, you're dead. Cashel. Hello, fancy Philippe.
See, you're not the only one who's sad. But you have to be strong. Kasha will only grieve if you cry.
People said this game was cute. This sad, depressing death game about everybody just dying.
I'd follow any of the king's orders. I'm so proud of you, my son. United, made part of the king's inner circle.
This is our archer.
That coward, he ran away with his tail between his legs.
Aw, this is a very sad character. But I'm gonna send him to Valhalla, I think. Grand Montefacino. Crel Montfelet. This one's a sad one, although all of them are sad ones. Hey, aren't you Janus? Or Janus, or whatever the name is supposed to be read like? Janus has dots. Hey, long time no see, buddy. You've come back, huh? But hey, man, what are you doing here anyway? This place is for worthy warriors, ain't it? It ain't no place for cowards. Get lost. I did not run from my duty. Oh. I'm sorry. Sir, we received a report that Hanus was seen in town the other day. What? Why would he return now? Perhaps he seeks revenge on us?
I'm so proud of you, my son. You have been knighted, made part of the king's inner circle.
Who are you? Are these the secret writings? The man who retrieved the stolen documents, you see. What? Let him in. Very well. That's right. Mistakes will not be forgiven. Hanus, you did well. If you had only done this from the start. No, we couldn't kill him while the previous king was still alive.
I heard he wanted to get reinstated as a knight. Ridiculous!
Huh, that coward! He ran away with his tail between his legs.
I just wanted to make my father proud. For him, I'd follow any of the king's orders.
Even if the work is dishonorable.
I was stripped of the rank of knight and forced out of the city. 10 years. I didn't return for 10 years. I was worried about my father. But he...
Do you not know something as simple as your own place?
That's not simple.
Nonetheless, you are chosen. You now owe your soul to the gods.
Damn. Something as simple as your own place, huh? Wow. That's so mean. What's the next dungeon? Let's just go to the next dungeon, please. Cave of Oblivion? No, what the hell? Why Cave of Oblivion? Hanus. Okay, let's do our actual dungeon. Clockwork Mansion. Do, 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 do. Cave of Oblivion. Clockwork Mansion. I think I don't like this dungeon, maybe. I'm not sure. I think so. Clockwork orange. I cannot do this without glasses.
To my side, my noble Einherjar.
Uh-oh. We may be in trouble.
Ha!
I grow
Tired of you.
finishing strike.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Final blast.
Now that's a good warrior. That's a good blade.
Dead already.
Dead already? Huh. Pathetic. Pathetic.
It shall be engraved
Upon your soul.
divine assault. Nibalang Valesti. Such is your fate.
Such is your fate. Alright, we've done it. We have done the deed.
No matter how many are
Defeated, more appear. More appear to appear. Announcement? Oh. Who tagged me in the drama discussion? Potato face. Potato face. Okay, I guess for now we will end the Valkyrie profile. I feel a bit hungry, but I don't think there's anything to eat. My goodness. What a sad state of affairs when you're hungry but you don't have anything to eat. I ate a store-bought pizza today. I'm telling you this because this is information that was absolutely crucial for you to know. That I got a store-bought pizza today and I ate it. There's a drama channel on the Discord, yes, on the Present Sunday Discord. Not on mine, definitely not on mine. Do not expect there to be a drama thing on my Discord. I would have to do drama first. I might as well do a little... Okay, I'm gonna indulge you, okay? I'm gonna indulge you a little bit. Cause you're a drama frog. I'm gonna indulge you in some shameless thing, okay? Where is it? Are you glad that I'm gonna throw myself in the muds of Tartar? To raise money for the doctor? What the hell? An alarm clock? Oh no, wait, no, this is the... this is the Grzegorz Brown thing. What the hell? I just... Oh. Lonerbox! Lonerbox is streaming. Oh my god, are you excited that Lonerbox is streaming? To the tune of 1,000 viewers? Hold on. Browser. Browser. Opera. Opera. Where's the YouTube thing? She's still at it. Take her take, more like take her off the air. Oh wow, oh snap, oh gosh, oh darn. Not really? PPP's HRT. Word Lucy. What do you mean, word Lucy? Also, I've never seen you here before. PPP HRT. How did you find this stream? I have to brush my hair or something. Oh, is that it? No. I cannot find my brush. Have you seen it? Have you seen my brush? That's not good. Without a brush, I cannot brush anything. I don't think I've seen you here before. PPP's HRT. Ever. I'm gonna check out your... I don't know, dude. I just stumbled in here. How? Also, why do you call me dude? Also, what does your name mean? PPP's HRT. Alex Barker. What does PPP's HRT mean? It's a long story. I've got time. Ashton Parks? What about Ashton Parks? This is some strange lore that I probably don't wanna really know about. I'm gonna Google this Ashton Parks. England. It's a place in England. Am I welcome here? I don't know. Why would you not be welcome here? Do you feel like you shouldn't be welcome here? Person. Do you feel like you should not be welcome here? You seem very suspicious of me. Yeah, because you called me dude. And you started your interaction here by saying word Lucy. And I have no clue what you meant. I'm a suspicious person by nature. Porsche learns about Russia's human safari. Do you even know what I do on these streams? Do you watch any other streamers? What's wrong with dude? Well, I'm a trans woman. I'm not a fan of dude. I'm the biggest fan anyway. Do you watch any other streamers? Oh, Loner Bugs got stuck on a mountain. What's a thing? Not so erudite talking to somebody. Mr. Medicare. I'm very vaguely familiar with Mr. Medicare. Who is he again? Gosh. Mr. Medicare. Oh. Wikitubia. James Augustine, better known online as Jim or Mr. Medicare, an American internet personality on BeastShoot and YouTube that produced content criticizing and mocking furries, people with porn addiction and masturbatory habits, mass shooters, pedophiles, and LGBT community, fetishists, and various figures on both alt-right and the far left. His videos are noted for having a snarky and sarcastic tone to it. Okay. Neo-fascist dying of cancer, I believe. Isn't Vosh the guy who fucks horses? Does he? I don't know. What he has learned about the... Wait, does Vosh have grey hair? That is so strange that Vosh has grey hair. Maybe. Okay, what was that not so erudite? I wanted to react to it, not so erudite, to give you some drama. Not so erudite had a debate. Oh, is that it? 1v1 debates, Jim Bob versus not so erudite, feminism debate. Do you want me to react to this? Do you want me to react to this 1v1 debate? This is your opportunity to get some slop out of me. So do we want? Sure, I'm not familiar with both of them. You should Medicare's How the Sausage is Made video. What sort of sausage are you even referring to? Isn't Medicare old news? It's probably like 15 years old, that video that you're trying to make me watch, isn't it? Alright, let's watch. Let's watch the debate. It's 3 hours! How do you debate for 3 hours? Oh my god, that feels like such a... Do we have to speed this up right off the bat? Okay, let's start it off 1.25. We cannot watch this at normal speed. It's impossible. It's impossible. Should I play a game while watching this? Do you like video games, PPs, HRT? Gotta go now, dude. Well, Godspeed. Godspeed to you, Mr. Medicare fan. Nice to meet you, sir. Wonderful. I hope to see you again, and I hope you'll donate hundreds of dollars. Emily S. with a shocked expression. What can I say? If the person's gonna be here, they might as well donate. For me to suffer through their presence. It's only fair, I think. That must have been a troll. You think? You think? My goodness. This is what I get. At least that means that I'm sort of kind of visible in the algorithm. It means that I show on YouTube. There's always gonna be a random viewer that's gonna hop in and be like, "Oh, dude, hello, sir. Hello, sir. How can I do you for?" Mr. Duderino. Right, let's watch this.
Through Streamlabs instead of super chatting.
I'm smart. I'm very sarcastic, just like my idol Medicare. I don't care. I don't care for rudeness or about rudeness. I'm past caring.
Percent cut, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs over Super Chats. To read a message is $99 and up. We will pull those up in batches at various breaks.
Wait, hold on.
Is $99 and up. Prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs over Super Chats. To read a message is $99 and up.
To read a message is $99 up. Okay. Sure. Whatever.
We will pull those up in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our two debaters. I'm joined today by Jim Bob. He's a political commentator and political cartoonist for the Washington Examiner. Also joining us today.
I almost thought that he'd say Washington Post. So not so erudite is a professional psychologist, so I expect her to be remain calm throughout this. I expect her to use her psychologist skills to remain composed from beginning to end, not to be thrown off balance at any point. It's gonna be like, I can see from your behavior that you are showing the behavior of a unbalanced cur, and I am psychoanalyzing you on the spot.
Is Kyla, or as she goes online, not so erudite. She has an undergraduate degree in psychology and a graduate diploma in psychometrics. She's a content creator, streamer, and political commentator. Thank you both for joining me today. The topic of today's debate is feminism, and we've kind of
also, why is it important to list her degrees? That's silly, okay? Especially after the whole... Just say that she's a content creator that does psychology-related content or whatever. You don't have to list her credentials. There's been a whole thing about her credentials already. Let's not return to that mess.
Possibly added a few other prompts to... you will each have up to a 5-minute opening statement. The rest of the show will be open conversation with a few breaks for audience.
What is this whatever? Is this like the name of the show or?
Messages. At the end, you will each have up to a 5-minute closing statement. And Jim Bob, we're going to have you do your opening statement first. So
sure.
Go ahead.
All right.
Sure. Feminism is evil. Feminism smells. Women have everything that men do, and women are weaker, stupider, and they should not be in the army. Also, I've got gray hair, which means I have to be 65 at least. What's with her credential? I don't know. There's been some... You have to go and watch President Sunday's thing on it. I'm not super versed. I'm not super versed in the not so erudite cinematic universe credential saga. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to give you any information on that. I'm afraid I have been busy getting my mind filled with different sorts of information. Usually about history or current affairs regarding the war in Ukraine.
Well, feminism, at least broadly stated, is the advocacy of equality of sexes. Definitionally, that would be a movement away from a society that has men in power. I would call that patriarchy. Men holding the power and women are largely excluded from those positions. I see an immediate contradiction. It would be up to my opponent tonight to redefine feminism to maybe get away from this contradiction. But if feminism is some type of movement away from male power or a patriarchy, then any form of feminism that I can point to, or I think my opponent can point to, relies on that same power. So, for example, if we go back to even the 18th Amendment before they had voting, they appealed to men, right? When the 19th Amendment came along, they were actually still appealing to men. So the question is, well, is that a movement toward feminism, or is it just affirming the power that men actually have and sort of asking, like a parent, can they have a larger allowance this week? I think it's the latter.
That's stupid. There is no contradiction. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Let me think of an analog to sort of illustrate just how stupid this is. It's like saying, I don't know, I can even go to slavery, okay? If slavery was abolished, then are black people really free, or were they just given a bigger allowance by white people? Does it even make sense to appeal to white people? Like, God, this is so stupid. I'm not even sure if this is the best analog that I can think of. Just because you're demanding from a group that's in power, you have to share this power now. It doesn't mean that you're asking a parent for a bigger allowance. That is this is brain dead. What am I expecting from a debate about feminism? My bar is already pretty low. My bar of expectation, that is. I'm not expecting an intellectual, interesting conversation here. I'm expecting a mess. I'm actually expecting them to be screaming at each other at some point. Not so far into the future. So, yeah. Hello, Greater Range. Oh, do I have a treat for you, Greater Range? Just for you, I decided to watch this debate on feminism, because apparently this guy just is making an opening statement, and according to this opening statement, feminism has an inherent contradiction because women want equality, but they are appealing to men to get that equality. Got 'em, which means that they're just like a kid asking their parent for a bigger allowance, which is stupid. It's stupid on so many levels that I cannot even... If one group has a disproportionate amount of power and the other group says you're going to share that power now, it's not a kid appealing for more allowance. I cannot believe that the discourse has already fallen flat on its face from the very beginning. I'm gonna go grab something. I have to eat something. Isn't that right, Greater 8? You always say that I have to eat something. Also, there's been some weird trolley transphobic guy in the audience. You do need to eat. That's right. It's only 86,000 seconds. Hello, Zoshalix. I am here to give you your slop content. Yeah, you're white. Please support me so that I can go to the doctors tomorrow. I need it badly. Because I ran out of HRT and my doctor will not prescribe me more. I've got 3 small tomatoes to eat.
Ladder. The funny thing about feminism is that while it's rooted in this sentiment that the patriarchy is this authoritative, oppressive regime, if we look back maybe around the 80s and onward, the voting...
Sorry, what did you say? I've missed it.
Regime, if we look back, sentiment that the patriarchy is this authoritative, oppressive regime, if we look back maybe around the 80s...
Okay, the patriarchy is not a regime, okay? I don't think this guy knows what the word regime means. It's a system, but it's not a regime.
Onward, the voting patterns, ironically, from women are highly tilted toward expanding authoritative government power, which is kind of a funny irony.
No, it's not. What does that have to do with anything? You're an idiot. What does authoritative government power have to do with the equality between the sexes? Those are totally unrelated topics. Oh, you claim to be pro-equality for women, but have you considered that you're voting for strengthening the government? What? The hell? Oh my god. People like this just think and speak in slogans. I swear to God. Without ever thinking for 5 seconds what they're talking about. This is why those conversations are so weak. It's okay, I'm gonna get into this conversation with a fair and mindful approach. I'm gonna have an open mind. Common thing for a conservative to say. I mean, it's silly. I don't know what else to say.
The sentiment, again, is men oppress. We got to break the oppressive patterns of society, and yet all of their voting patterns.
What? What do you mean we have to break oppressive patterns in society?
Actually points to the opposite, expanding government authority, which I...
Government authority is not by default oppressive. That makes no sense. Every government just by existing this is not oppressive. It's a silly, ridiculous.
Another irony is that government authority is mostly men.
There's so many imagined, so many ironies that you can just take straight up out of your ass. And you know, if you use irony enough times, it has to be true, doesn't it?
The feminist screeches about liberty and autonomy, then votes for more government intrusion. Now, while we've heard plenty from Andrew Wilson on the horse...
Yeah, I'm sorry, not everybody's a demented libertarian, okay? Libertarianism in the American sort of incarnation is just silly, okay? Oh, you claim to be against authoritarianism, yet you like government. I'm smart. No, you're not. You're not smart. You're the opposite of smart. You're dumb. I should debate this guy. He'll never debate me. I'm too small. I don't have enough, what do you call it, clout.
It is definitely an undefeated argument, even if you got to go...
An undefeated argument. That's not even a... That's not a cogent argument. It's only undefeated in your head.
...to deliver the argument in sign language, it would still be better than any feminist argument I've ever heard. However, we won't beat that horse to death, but I do want to include it in the debate.
Okay.
I also want to include that that feminism largely defined today, the metrics for feminism, the metrics for liberty, the metrics for well-being is often placed on just mere maybe economic liberalism or some sort of outcome-based system that's measuring materialism, some type of wealth, some type of mobility economically, and it's rooted in consumerism, which is kind of funny because the movement that feminism made throughout the last couple hundred years coincided with a predominantly male-run industrialist part of society. The industrialists, maybe they looked at the women and said, huh, that's a whole other taxable income right there. They're just sitting ducks, right? And, safe in their home.
I'm not sure if this guy even knows what feminism is.
Raising the
I'm
children.
starting to think this guy does not know what feminism is and just operates in slogans and buzzwords.
Get them out of it. Let's get them in the workplace. Let's get them with debt. And lo and behold, many years later, women, I think now that the percent is about 75%. Women hold 75% of the consumer debt now. So, my opponent might define feminism as a good thing because it produces well-being. I would argue, even with the debt, holding debt, even the stress of debt as a man holding debt, the kind of stress that could put on you, I don't think that would add too much to your well-being. There's other metrics you could look at.
Yes, feminism is when debt. You got it. Thank you. You're so smart. Oh my goodness.
Argue that the well-being is actually not great with the pursuit of pure materialism. So if my opponent tonight offers a metric for the good rooted only in material outcomes, consumer outcomes, purchasing power, this type of thing, I would just point out that the goodness of a society cannot be reduced and should not be reduced to strict materialism. Let's see what else. The other question is, what's the payoff? So when we advocate
What's the payload?
Basic feminist talking point is liberate the woman from this terrible home situation that they're in. They're a slave to their man. They're a slave to their husband. They're a slave to their children. I don't see many alternatives. The alternative that I've seen...
Oh, of course you don't. Of course you don't. Also, it's about liberating the men from certain harmful expectations, from certain harmful stereotypes, from certain types of thing that a man is expected to be. Feminism is also about that, but I guess that's not important. I guess that's not really relevant.
Seen in the last 30 years is mostly being a slave to more of a stranger of a man who's a CEO, and your home becomes the office. And I'm not sure what the trade-off is, because what happens with feminists is they basically forfeit their fertile years. And then, 20 years later, they wake up, they're 44, they have wine-stained teeth, they have 7 cats, and they're wondering where all the men are. Where are all the good men? Well, I'll tell you where the good men are. They're already married, and they're married to women who rejected feminism. And lucky for them, they have children, they have a legacy, they have something bigger to live into than strict material wants and desires. So, with that said, I just want to...
Okay, that's silly. Isn't Erudite married, for that matter? Now, Erudite is married, isn't she? And she's debating for feminism. That alone should just make you shut up about this argument. Even if people technically speaking meme about the marriage itself, but I'm not gonna even touch that. With a 10-foot pole.
Now, one more time, the
God.
contradiction that's in feminism, and I don't know if my opponent will be able to get out of this.
Oh, yet another contradiction. Amazing. Yet another made-up contradiction. Hit us with it. Hit us with the contradictions.
If feminism is merely the advocacy of equality of sexes, but it depends on a structure that is demonstrable it demonstrates inequality of the sexes. That is the society we live in. So in a weird roundabout way, any concept or application of feminism appeals to patriarchy. So
no! It involves the wish to change society, doesn't it? It's like saying, oh my God, those people that live under the king, that don't want the king to be the only ruler anymore, they're operating under monarchy. Hello, I'm just here to watch a trash fire. See, just for you, I have prepared a trash fire just for you. Okay? I've been waiting for you. So many streams in a row, I've been waiting for you. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Okay? Not so erudite and this guy, Jim Bob, are debating feminism. Okay? I've prepared this just for you. So brace yourself. Brace yourself as we examine all the made-up contradictions of feminism. Also, if you like what I do, because I desperately need money for doctors. So if you like what I do, consider coming to this page and maybe donating a little bit to support me, because otherwise I will not be able to afford the doctor's visit tomorrow. And I needed to get my HRT. This guy lives in Fantasyland. I know. I know. She did another one. Did you watch the Jay Dyer debate? No, I didn't. I haven't been watching much of Not So Erudite stuff. I just heard this happened, and I've decided to watch it because apparently many people were excited about it.
Rhetorical sense, feminism is still patriarchal. It can't avoid it. Patriarchy is a natural description of reality. To argue... Patriarchy
is the natural description of reality. This is the second stupidest thing that I've heard in this debate. And we're only like, 8 minutes in? What do you mean by natural description of reality? What is matriarchy then? Does this person know that matriarchal societies existed? Is this guy aware?
For feminism is to...
It's like saying that monarchy is the natural description of reality. Socialism under the USSR model, Bolshevik model, is the natural descriptor of reality. You can say that about anything that is currently the status quo. Status quo is the natural descriptor of reality, is what you could just translate this to. It's stupid. It's a stupid thing to say. To quote the greatest philosopher of our time, Eisen from Bleach, you should not be talking about how the world is. You should be talking about how it ought to be. Okay? Saying that X is just a natural description of reality is loser talk, which is also what the great philosopher Eisen has said. So, I believe him. Eisen had a really big spiritual pressure, so I trust him in these matters. Jordan, hello. He's not aware of it, or if he thinks matrilinear society are evil. I gotta finish Bleach now. You do. There's a new anime that animates the last arc of Bleach, the 1,000-year-old blood war. How are you, Lucy? Is your chest feeling okay? Relatively. A little bit better because I got some good news. But I also need... Okay, I've done my blood work today. I went to the doctor. I spent $100 to get my blood work done. I don't think I have the results yet. And tomorrow I have to take those results. And I have to spend another $100 in order to go to the doctor and for him to look at the results, tell me how many blood clots I've developed, tell me how many cancer cells I've developed, how much my liver is damaged, and then maybe he will graciously prescribe more HRT to me. And today's stream is about fundraising for tomorrow's visit to the doctor. Isn't that great? Isn't that cool? Isn't that amazing? So if you like what I do, consider going to lucyhaze.org/live and donating or subscribing. Somebody has already donated. Glitchmaster has already donated today. tier 4 subscription, which has put us pretty far to getting the visit. I'm still on the part where they find out about the wizard, the hollows with sentience or something. Oh, you're pretty early then. You're pretty early on in Bleach then. You're pretty early. You've got a lot of Bleach. I would skip the fillers, by the way. Or maybe not. I don't know. The new anime is great. Bleach flopped at some point and it was cancelled for 10 years and now it returned. And the cancellation of the anime has made wonders for it because in the meantime the manga has ended and now they've animated it with far better animation, a very nice soundtrack, and without fillers. So, you're gonna really like the new anime. Especially after watching the old with the fillers and the stuff. Everybody disliked Bleach at some point, and then years later they sort of discovered, oh wow, no, actually we really like Bleach now. Also, Ethan Klein complained about Bleach to Hassan recently by saying that it's anti-Semitic, or rather that Hassan is anti-Semitic for having a Bleach sword.
Argue with reality, and I think
What?
to argue for feminism is to argue with reality, and I
Yeah, you could say that about anything. You can say that about really anything. Oh wow, okay, monarchy is just a natural descriptor of reality. To go against monarchy is to just argue against reality, okay? Domestic abuse is just a natural descriptor of reality. To argue, you could, you know, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. I don't have to give you 5 different examples. It's silly.
think the way feminists generally argue, the way they generally live, seems to be consistent with a constant rejection of reality.
Yeah, of course. That's God. And Orihime has the power to reject reality, by the way. To reject events. And therefore she can heal wounds that are unhealable otherwise. That is so stupid. I'm sorry, I cannot treat this seriously. I cannot treat this argumentation seriously. Not in the slightest.
Okay, Kyla, what about you for your opening statement?
So all of this was very, very stupid. And according to my psychoanalytic skills, you are very, very childish, and your grasp on politics, history, sociology, and many other things is very, very small. Just like I suspect you're a penis. Here you go, I went there.
Awesome. So I'm super appreciative. Jim and I talked beforehand just to make sure that for the viewers, we gave them a slightly different conversation, because I know this is like feminism 2 for people who watched the previous debate. So maybe what I'll try to do in my intro is maybe outline where my feminism maybe differs from others, and we can kind of get into that and kind of break down.
Oh my God, this is the Christianity thing all over again. Nasser Erudite is gonna tell us how her... Well,
basically what
I've got a bad feeling about this. I've got a bad feeling that she's gonna kowtow to a lot of the nonsense that this guy is peddling and say, this is how I differ. I'm not as extreme as those bad feminists. I'm a good feminist. That on board some of the nonsense. We'll see.
View is like good feminism versus bad feminists. So feminism to me is a construct and an idea. And so within the idea there is people. There are feminists, and some of them are great, like Simone de Beauvoir, love her. Adichie is an incredible writer, and there are bad feminists, just like any movement and any idea. The idea to me of feminism, I think it started out as this idea of equality for sexes, and I think that that was important for the first initial waves. I don't think feminists are being super honest with themselves if they say that that's what it's for now, because I think we've achieved a lot of equality. Women, by and large, have the same access to opportunities as men. There are a couple of like soft cultural limits that I would agree to. There's some certain cultural patriarchal elements that I think might still inhibit women a little bit. But by and large, women can go to school, they can get a job, they can apply for any job that
By and large, huh?
a man can. They essentially have all the same freedoms of opportunities that men do.
Thank you for the $5 in Kub. You really should watch the new Asterix and Obelix short series on Netflix. I don't have access to Netflix. I cannot afford Netflix and chill.
Which is awesome. I think what feminism is doing now and should be focused on is essentially what I label feminism as, which is a empowerment of women and a promotion of femininity. And maybe for this conversation, we can focus specifically.
Wait, what?
At least feminism as, which is feminism of all the same freedoms of opportunity. They can apply for any job that a man can. They essentially have.
Also, the problems have not been solved, okay? What about all the toxic expectations that are still placed upon the sexes? Feminism is about combating those. And this guy just said that a certain role for a woman in society is just the natural descriptor of reality, and that to argue against it is to defy reality itself. So I guess the problems are not as solid. That doesn't sound like a soft cultural thing, okay? It sounds like a little bit more than just that. But maybe I'm just a silly trans.
All the same freedoms of opportunities that men do, which is awesome. I think what feminism is doing now.
Like feminism isn't just feminism isn't just when women can go work and women can go to school as well. Okay, it's a bit more than that. It goes into more areas than just that. It's about certain cultural, interpersonal, and in fact also at the workplace expectations of both the sexes. The expectations of what sort of role they should inhabit within society. Or at least that is how it feels to me. It's silly to say, oh yeah, feminism has been reached because women can go to school and to work. We've done it.
Should be focused on is essentially what I label feminism as, which is a empowerment of women and a promotion of femininity. And maybe
all the problems have been solved. Now it's all just about promoting femininity. I don't have a person to root for here. I don't have a champion in this debate. My goodness. Where are my champions? Where are my Einherjar, my feminist Einherjar to go and fight in Ragnarok of feminism? It's a debate about feminism and they are both anti-feminist. That's great. It's just great. Amazing. I love it. I love how that happens. This is the worst. This is the worst thing in the world. And I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm gonna go grab a drink. In the meantime, invite your friends, family, and colleagues to this stream. We need to get some more people in here. More people that are not troll transphobes that just jump into YouTube chat to call me sir and dude. I use dude universally. Fair enough, even though I'm not a big fan. Okay, I'll be right back. Sir is not used universally, okay? The person drove the point home by saying, nice to meet you, sir. I'll be right back. Okay, so I bought him a whole batch of reward snacks. I'm gonna give him now. I'm gonna tell him to sit, and when he sits, I'm gonna give him a reward snack. I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna do a on-stream opening of reward snacks for Fido. If they are like pure beef, 90% bind beef. Look, beef reward snack. Oh, he sat down, so now he is expecting it. Okay, I'm gonna give him one beefy. Take this beef. Maybe I'll give him another one to get him acquainted with the taste. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna use this to train him. I'm gonna use this to train him to become good boy. He's already a good boy, but you know what? He could be a better boy. Yay. The darkness makes me feel kind of cool. Alright. I'm a dude, you're a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes. What are you, a prinny? Are you a little penguin? We should play this Gaia. Do you like this Gaia? Do you know this Gaia? You know the game Disgaea? The little penguins that call everybody dude. Written D-O-O-D. Dude. Alright, I've given Fido his reward snack thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's from Cannon Burger. So you're white. God, there was this really good feminist thinker whose name I completely forgot. I completely forgot. There was this pretty cool feminist that I forgot, unfortunately. Whatever. Maybe it'll come back to me.
For this conversation, we can focus specifically, at least for me, on the promotion of femininity, because I think that that's the area that needs the most work. I think third wave feminism did a really good job at stretching the boundaries of what it meant to be a woman. I think it opened up a lot of more masculine traditional roles for women that women couldn't really occupy before. But I don't think that feminism's done a very good job of building its own table.
Yeah, with advocates like you, it's true. It doesn't. We're in a very sad state of affairs. Like if this is the opponent, a brainless buffoon that says that patriarchy is just a natural descriptor of reality, and you, who just says that feminism is basically just about promoting femininity.
And that's what a lot of fourth wave feminists kind of advocate for, is this kind of building of a new table and a promotion of femininity that isn't reliant on just like engaging in hyper-masculine structures. Feminism that I don't stand by. There's a lot of feminists, for example, that basically dismiss all male-related issues. They think misandry doesn't matter. I reject those feminists. We don't agree. There are certain kind of Dworkanites, for example, who I would say just misandry.
Oh, someone wrote me on Facebook. Sorry, I have to. What is this? What? What is this? What did he send me? Hold on, I have to check this thing that my best friend has just sent me. A link. What is this?
I feel like
Oh. Oh. Oh wow, my best friend just sent me a video about Expedition. Okay. I don't have Expedition. I can't afford Expedition. Hold on. Hey. Okay. Alright. Let's go back to stream. What a sad state of affairs that I only meet up and see my friends that I've known for more than 20 years for like a couple of times a year, if even.
feels like not even enough to describe the level of hatred she has for men. I am not a dork knight. I don't apply to her ideas. And like Gloria Steinem, she's a classical third wave kind of lib feminist. She's very fixated on just like women getting into careers, and that's kind of it. She's very fixated on women in careers, and I don't care about that other than if women want to go into careers that they can. So that would be my form of feminism. I know that I didn't address a lot of your opening statement, but I did write it down, so if you want to go back to anything, we totally can. But yeah, I think the feminism that focuses on promotion of femininity would be the most good for women now.
Okay.
Silly. Hey dude, hey Lucy. What's today's topic? How nowadays feminism ruined young men, and now they've decided to hail Roman architecture and appreciate Austrian drawing. Yes. Hello, Vladimir. Always nice to see you here. That's right. It's all about them feminists. It's all about them feminists that defy reality itself.
So you said empowerment and femininity. So let's do empowerment first. Could you define empowerment from your perspective?
Yeah, so for me, empowerment of women would be like removing obstacles for opportunity.
Okay. So from your feminist view of empowerment,
like
plus femininity-
I feel like many fundamental things are being just completely ignored here. Like that it's about what people should and should not have in society. And promoting femininity will not address this fundamental topic.
Would you say it's empowering for women to stay home and be mothers?
It can be if that's what they choose, yeah.
Okay. And so if it's empowering for women to choose and they're choosing based on their femininity, if it actually produced a large disparity where women actually found positions in society that were...
It's a difference between choosing a role and being put in a role, because that is the natural description of reality. That is the distinction here, okay? Not to have certain fixed roles, okay? It's the difference between someone taking up farming, getting a farm and raising animals because you like being a farmer, and being born a peasant, and that is your fixed role and that is your lot in life, okay? That is the perfect actually analog that people used to think that, some still do, but it used to be treated as a natural descriptor of reality, that if you're born a peasant, you're going to be a peasant, your children are going to be peasants, and that's just it. And basically the same thing has been thrown upon the sexes, so to speak. If you're born a woman, you have a certain role that you have to, fill in life, and the other thing is just defying reality. It's that those are the sort of more fundamental things that have to be addressed here, rather than just promoting femininity.
Lower in power, administrative, helping, teaching, mothering. If that was the outcome of pure choice, you wouldn't declare that there's some inequality or injustice between the disparity of men in power.
Yes, if someone chooses to have a farm, raise animals, and work the field, then it's not quite the same as being born as a serf, as a peasant. Yes, you got it. Yes, it's about having the choice. It's about freedom. Yes. God, this guy is so stupid. This guy is genuinely so stupid.
Women in lower positions.
I think you bring up a really good point. In more egalitarian societies, we actually often see women trending towards more femme traditional roles. Like women tend to want to be nurses and teachers more often. You see this in like Scandinavian countries. And I will say, for the caveat,
okay, a nurse is not. Why is a nurse considered a more feminine role? Like, that is an interesting question that I would ask both of these people. Why is a nurse considered naturally a more feminine role? When I've been in Vietnam, for health reasons, I had to go to a hospital. I went through the public system, not the public system, but I went through the private system. So I had to pay, I think I ended up paying $100 or something for, I actually, no, I don't want to lie. I don't remember how much I had to pay. But I had a woman doctor and all the nurses were men. Every single nurse that took care of me during my stay in the Vietnamese hospital was a man. And the only person who was a doctor, my leading doctor was a woman. So this is stupid. This whole notion that a naturally feminine role is a nurse.
People dispute that evidence. The evidence, when I look at it, seems pretty robust. So yeah, I think women will often still trend towards some of those traditional gender roles, which I'm totally for. I just want to make sure that they're choosing it, and that the women who wouldn't be choosing that have the opportunity to choose something else.
Okay, and then is there any reason from your view, choosing to be a mother at home and a wife, is there any reason you could see that that's actually more empowering than an alternative? For instance, let me give you a strict example.
Sure.
If a woman that you knew and loved, for instance, relative or friend, said, you know what, I'm really drawn to being a mother. I really am drawn to the traditional structure of life. I could just really see myself raising like 5 kids. But there's this other impulse of me that wants to just start an OnlyFans. I don't know what it is about it. Like from a feminist view that you're defending today, is it either or is fine, or is one better for her and better for society?
I think that's a good question. So when I think about like what's the best choice for somebody, I break it into 3 things, which is the choices you make should be something that your past self, your present self, and your future self will consent to and like, right? And so I think when you're posing this question, the OnlyFans option has a lot of potential acute short-term gain.
How can your past self consent to something?
A fuckload of money, obviously. But the
Like your past self cannot consent to anything. I have no clue what that means. Your past self has to consent to it.
important question is, will your future self consent to that and like it? And I think that's a really big question. And I think the answer for some women is yes. I have met like Ayla Girl is a good example of somebody who I think has said yes to the OnlyFans sex work thing, and it seems to genuinely bring a lot of fruit to her life. But I think for like a lot of women that kind of get romanticized into sex work, they forget about their future selves because they think their future selves will be grateful for all the money, when in reality, most women that don't do OnlyFans don't make that much money. And also, you have to deal with the fact that your sex and body is public.
Okay, from the answer, it sounds like the lens you're using to determine your answer is purely individualistic.
It's decently individualistic.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So if it is mostly individualistic, and if your position in this debate anyway, is you're taking the affirmative that feminism is good for society, which is beyond individualistic, right? So now you have to add in one more variable when you're coaching your friend here, because what they determine they might like or not like in the future may not be tied directly necessarily to what's best for society.
Yeah, I would agree. The caveat to that I would basically put is, if individualism doesn't lead to a flourishing society, then why is it the case that the most individualistic country, i.e. America, is one of the most predominant countries in the world? And so I understand what you're saying. There's a certain level of responsibility we should have to our community, essentially. I just think that individualism often seems to somehow, I'm not even sure exactly the process, do this to some degree, which is why we have most individualistic nations.
I think they're missing the point once again, of certain things that are thrusted upon people versus certain things that are, like, it's basically assuming that certain roles in life are just anointed by God and have to be followed no matter what.
The strongest, most kind of happiest, highest GDP, all the factors of good.
Well, I mean, if you define good as merely productive, you could definitely do counter arguments of, like, let's say Epstein Island got off the ground, and it's actually logically and practically possible for you to do horrific things in a society and still produce a high GDP. But the other aspect of what you just said is,
what a bizarre example. But of course.
That individualism, if it produces all of these goods, but what's best for society as a necessity is replacing your population, would you agree that we're not doing good in replacing our population?
Yeah, I think birth rates being low it's very tied to kind of like liberal financial success, and it's harmful. I just don't think it's fundamentally tied. I think actually going to Israel and seeing all these like liberal, left-leaning Jewish people having 90,000 babies is a very it's very interesting. It's a very big counter to the standard liberal of like the more money a country makes, the less.
Well,
profit it
the reason
has.
I brought that up is if the next generation of children and the generation...
Also, keep in mind that if you're on the one hand crying about low fertility rates, but also are staunchly against immigration, then I don't care anymore. You've lost me at that point.
After that is a necessity, a necessary component for a good society, regardless of what we agree on good is. If that's necessary, I would argue that every form of feminism that I've seen, which is largely tied to individualism, doesn't actually have a way of advocating for that in a meaningful way. So the philosophy itself is missing what I would call deontology, or in simple terms, any duties. So any feminism you don't like, that I also don't like,
Yes, your duty is to succumb to the natural description of reality, which is the patriarchy, of course, Guy, of course.
no duties. There's no real true duties to say you're a feminist. And even in the version that you're proposing, that's anti those other crazy ones, right? You're against it.
Your duty is to be born a peasant and plow the land till the end of your puny existence for us nobles, because we have the duty to rule over you. It's been decided by God.
These crazy ones. Even your position, there's no real duty for a woman who's a feminist to produce the next generation. And so this is why I measure it up against other cultures or other worldviews. In this case, Christianity has a built-in, not that this debate is feminism versus Christianity, I just want to bring it in as a reference, is the missing element of duties. There's no obligation for you to influence another woman to have a child in a meaningful nudging way, right? You know, like nudging. I'm not talking about force. I'm not talking about punishment for not having...
Promotion of it.
Yeah, super propagandized, right? You would agree that feminism largely from the start until now is not only, I wouldn't say indifferent to family, but actually advocates against it. The one you're arguing for, as I understand it, you're like, no, I've met a lot of feminists who want to have kids. They're not this antinatalist like group, but you'd have to concede that the most part, the propaganda that we see, the dominant narrative is basically anti-family, anti-children, pro-boss babe, go get it, girl, sell your body, girl. If you got it, flaunt it. This kind of thing, right?
I mean, can you demonstrate it? Like that doesn't follow. You're just saying it. Oh, you agree that all the things that I say are true, right? I mean, that's okay. Demonstrate it. Demonstrate it that it's the dominating narrative, quote unquote, within feminist thought. Which feminist thinkers are promoting that message? What sort of feminist messages are like saying anti-family, let's never have family? Like, I want to see that. I don't want to see examples of Jennifer 5678F from Twitter. I want to see some concrete examples of the mainstream feminist thought promoting the idea that having a family is just wrong. There you go.
And the reason I bring this up is that kind of narrative, that kind of worldview is purely self-centered and doesn't actually produce what's necessary for a thriving society. So even if I granted you, I don't concede to your metrics of what's good, but even if I granted you the whole thing, right? Oh, well.
Also, how do you define a thriving society while we were at it? Is a thriving society simply a society that always replaces itself? That exists for the sake of existing, no matter what?
Happiness, everything you could add, right? Money, housing, whatever you want to add in there. It's
prolonged existence for the sake of prolonged existence?
Fairly meaningless if there's not a component that values reproducing society itself.
Why? You have to also demonstrate that it's necessary to reproduce society, right? You have to actually demonstrate for your argumentation that society is actually a thing worth preserving. No? I'm not saying it isn't, but just saying society needs to reproduce itself because that makes a thriving society. Why? Why does society just reproducing itself make it thrive? What are your parameters for a thriving society? It's just that it continues? Okay. It's a little bit of a city way of looking at it.
A virtue, even. So feminism itself has no virtues.
I wouldn't say feminism has no virtues. It definitely has virtues. I think there's a valid critique which is saying feminism doesn't celebrate.
What does virtues mean even? What do you mean by virtues? Are virtues just the things that you like, and if feminism doesn't have things that you like, it has no virtues? I have no clue what you're saying.
Motherhood enough. I agree with that. I think it's complicated when you look at antinatalism, because antinatalism isn't a purely feminist thing. There's a number of different philosophies and worldviews that are
Incels.
antinatalist, right? Communism would be another example of one that tends to be often be very antinatalist. And I think antinatalism
Communism tends to be...
death culty behavior.
Wait, hold on. How is communism antinatal? What? I come from a post-Soviet bloc country, and I have actually never heard at any point of the Polish People's Republic any sort of antinatalist message to be... What? What the fuck? What? No! What the hell? There are a lot of... I assume by communism she means like the Soviet Union Bolshevik brand, but you can criticize it for so many things, but antinatalism is not really something that was heavily what? We live in a society, okay, dudes, I'm sorry for disappointing you, our Western folks, but their IRL version of Handmaid's Tale is going to be as boring as Sam Hyde's so-called comedy. Oh, snap. I'm gonna go to the toilet. In the meantime, please invite all of your friends, family, colleagues, and so on and so forth to this wonderful event. We are discovering feminism. We are discovering them feminists. Be right back. Someone gift Emily a subscription. Yay.
Chodź, łobuzie, chodź, łobuzie. No chodź, chodź, chodź. Chodź, żulku. Jesteś ty? Jesteś tu? Jesteś? Jesteś, żulek? Uhuj.
Siad, Fajdo, siad, siad.
Uhuj, zasłużyłeś, no naprawdę. Beef! Beef! Masz swój beef! Weź swój beef! Jesteś beefy boy? Jesteś baby boy? Jesteś... Are you a feminist?
Are you a feminist baby boy? Patriarch. A very patriarchal dog. Patriarchal society dog. Whoa. Whoa. Right, let's continue this feminism journey. We're 20 minutes in.
It's very hard.
Can I interrupt you? I want to ask you, why do you think
Can I interrupt you and say to you,
it is that feminism, I agree, there's antinatalists that maybe aren't feminists, but why do you think it is that most feminists and the history of feminism is largely inextricably tied to an antinatalist sentiment?
That's a really good question. So this
that
might
is
be
a good question, but I want it demonstrated.
where we first.
Inextricably tied is that most feminists and the history of feminism is largely.
Okay, I'm not an expert on the history of feminism, but I still want certain things to be not just stated, not just, declared, but I want them to be, I don't know, I want there to be something that backs up what you're saying, not just, I say that it is, therefore it is.
Largely inextricably tied to an antinatalist sentiment.
That's a really good question. So this might be where we first differ pretty significantly. I think a large reason for why feminism has been so antinatalist is because the family and the duty of motherhood has been weaponized historically as a chain to enforce women stay home, not be able to work, and not be able to basically
Can I stop you
choose
there?
autonomy. Sure.
Before and during the suffragette movement, do you know that primarily the women who were being challenged to maybe grab their vote, they opposed it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Willfully?
Yep.
Happily?
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't under the impression that they were chained to their husband's lazy boy, right? They took a position that not only one, they didn't want the guarantor position of, let's say, credit. They didn't want to be able to be also drafted and put into dangerous situations. They also had a nice, hearty moral lens that they all shared. They were sort of like the moral barometers of the time. Mm-hmm. And so they were actually, I would argue that pre-feminism, especially during that time.
What actually happened, okay, was that people are comfortable where they are, even if it is a bad place. This is well, maybe our psychologist here will point that out because it's a real phenomenon. We are very comfortable in the places we are at life, even if when we know that it's not good for us, because we are afraid of change. We are afraid of changing our situation. Even if we know that changing it would be for our benefit, we are afraid to take our leap. Oftentimes we just choose the comfort of our status quo because we know it, we are familiar with it, and the alternative feels scary. It feels like something new. It feels like a risk. It feels like a leap. Doing something differently, living your life differently than what you are used to. So, yes. But, I highly doubt that this sort of element to this amazing puzzle will be brought up, which surprises me because Natsuri Yedide is our expert when it comes to mental health issues.
Frame where let's face it, the really ugly women who couldn't find husbands were like, we need power, right? They have power. These other women are getting married. All of them.
Oh yeah, this was just a bunch of ugly women that created feminism.
Married women that you say are chained to their husbands, right? They came out and said, we don't want the vote. The suffragette movement actually tried to physically stop them from showing up to vote against their own vote. So why is it that the majority of women at that time didn't share the sentiment that they were enslaved? If they were enslaved, wouldn't they be coming out and saying, free us from this terrible atrocity called...
This person's an idiot. I swear to God.
motherhood.
Well, it's a little bit of a misnomer to tie their aversion to getting the vote to them claiming that they're not chained necessarily, right? Their aversion to the vote was specifically because of drafting and some concerns about debt. However, as the suffragette movement started taking off and women realized that black men were going to get the vote, they began flocking towards the suffragette movement and became largely embraced. And so while I would agree that the early suffragettes were some of the most dislikable women on the planet, that doesn't change the fact that as time goes on, it very quickly becomes a deeply subsumed belief that increasingly most women across North America desired.
Yeah, okay, and I put it in my opening.
I am an erudite.
The increase of women voting, the sentiment is more power, challenging the man, equalizing the power, offsetting the disparity of power.
Yep.
Do you find it?
Keep in mind, okay, this is not being discussed here, but it wasn't just you're a woman, you have to be a wife and raise kids. No, it was the home is the domain of the woman, the female space, and the public domain is the domain of the man, okay? There was a time in many countries, including the United States, including the Kingdom of Poland under the Russian Empire, and many other countries in which there was the topic of prostitution. There was the whole topic of sex workers having their own little legitimation that stigmatized them as sex workers. There was the topic of women on the street walking, taking care of chores, or doing anything really, just having a walk on the street, being perceived as possible sex workers. And a police officer could just grab a woman off the street, because if a woman is on the street, public sphere, which is the domain of the man, they're probably a sex worker that just wants to sell herself to the man, because a woman that's not a sex worker would be at home, which is the domain of the woman. So there's like those things went a lot more extreme than what we sort of in our popular consciousness think about how these things unfolded historically, okay? It's worth remembering that the extremes to which those divisions went are far deeper than is being discussed right now. There we go. I think that's a thing that is worth discussing as well. I have a pretty good book about this that I've read. It primarily focuses on sex work, but it also pretty well describes the realities of how the dynamics between the sexes played out as far, like as recent as the 19th century, actually. Which, believe it or not, was not that long ago.
It's a bit ironic that predominantly what women vote for enhances the power of man, essentially.
Because you're talking about big government, essentially, like it increases like welfare state. Yeah. I just think it's disanalogous to compare these two things. I don't think that like social safety networks, for example, is in any way.
What about gun laws?
Yeah, I would agree that gun laws are more controlling. The issue is that regulation, the reason that people like desire regulation is...
Okay, what does regulation have to do with feminism and roles of men and women in society? Oh my God, the government wants to regulate that you don't have poop in your water. Therefore, feminism bad. I don't understand this line of argumentation. The government regulates that your food cannot have spoiled wheat in it. Therefore, feminism bad? What do those two things even have in common? Like, again, you have to connect the dots for me, libertarian guy. I assume this guy is a libertarian. I don't know. Anything the government does is bad and authoritarian and oppressive. Oh yeah, regulation is bad. Okay. Sure.
Necessarily in confluence or in sorry,
There's no connection here. There's literally no connection here whatsoever, but
tired, so I'm losing my words. It's not in dissonance with wanting freedom, right? There's this idea, it's actually popular within the church, that to have true freedom, you need some level of like structure and like systems around you. And so most liberals who are pro institutions and pro welfare states are also very pro freedom. These two things aren't inherently disanalogous.
Do you think that there's something about the nature or ontology of women, females, that they're drawn to voting for more safe things? Against liberty, against basically, like, here's a way of putting it.
Why are safe things inherently anti-liberty? First of all, okay, voting. What a bad question. Do you think women inherently vote for safe things that are against liberty? What are safe things? Do men inherently vote more on unsafe things that are more pro-liberty? What do those things even mean? Again, like, it's just nonsense, mumbo-jumbo buzzwords.
Rhetorically, when women vote, largely, they're voting for basically a daycare center. They're like, they want society, because it's their nature, to basically look like a safe room where no one gets hurt, because they see the world as kind of their children. And that's...
Yeah, that is the role of the government. That is the role of the state to, on paper, the role of the state is to take care of its citizens, for the nation. That is the role of the state in a nation state. That's in the description. That's in the job description.
It's actually a good trait. It's just that it's misdirected. This is why the question of the nature of men and women, which we'll get into gender roles.
There you go. The nature of men and women. Just there used to be the nature of being a peasant, the nature of being a noble, the nature of being the dweller of the city. I forgot the term. Like all these things used to be considered part of nature. Like, this is complete. This is missing the point completely, I guess. Once again.
Society, that the nature of men and women actually directs and informs where they end up in the world, in society. And so
the nature of a peasant directs where he ends up in the world. You can play that game about anything. You can attach the word nature to anything. It's nature, destiny, anointed role. It's a way to just shackle people in certain roles and profit, I guess.
Feminist movement is some type of reaction that tries to compensate for some perception of like inequality, but then overcompensates and throws women into situations where they wouldn't end up if the choice was there anyway, for the most part.
Yeah, but part of the key element is the choice, right? Like, choice and free will and ability to self-determine is like one of the most...
Okay, if this guy is claiming that if women had the choice, they would have chosen certain things anyway, then why rob them of the choice to begin with? There's no need in that case. That is such silly argumentation, again.
It's one of the most fundamental things to our faith as well, is this idea of free will and salvation.
Can a blind person use their free will to get the pilot job?
No.
Okay, so there are limitations, right?
Yeah, of course there's biological limitations.
So that's what I'm talking about. It's not the will.
If I could just answer you just a little bit at length, because you said a number of things. So to respond to your like care orientation in voting, I would agree that in general...
Yes, a woman choosing not to be a trad wife is basically like a blind man choosing to be a pilot. Brilliant, thank you. Excellent.
Tend to vote left and seem to be very care-oriented.
Excellent.
I think that's a good thing about society. I think a society that takes care of people who can't take care of themselves very well is good, right? I believe in social safety networks. I think that they're valuable to society. And I think the fact that women brought that into our policies is good, while I'd also grant you that there are elements of major overstep. For example, gun laws. I'm not actually opposed to gun laws. I just think what happens with gun laws, for example, is the people that advocate them have no sophistication in gun technology.
Okay, so, women...
Okay. What do you have to... What?
Women, generally speaking, don't have knowledge of how to operate a gun or have the strength to even operate a gun for the most part, and they're voting for gun laws, and they don't know anything about guns. So that's what I'm pointing to, is that their nature is actually...
Yeah, a gun is not a cool toy. A gun is a thing that can kill somebody. Like, it's not a matter, oh no, you don't know enough about the specs of our cool guns to advocate for the safe use of them. Like, that's stupid. Once again, this is a very stupid argument. You don't have to be a specialist on cars, how they're built, on every single spec element of a car to be able to advocate for safety measures on roads, to advocate for speed limitations when driving a car in a city, etc. Okay? This is an extremely silly argument.
Word safety, but they're actually asking men to basically legislate the safety and enforce the safety.
Well, they're asking authority.
Is men.
Well,
If feminism is a thing, right, that you're arguing for, definitionally, like I asked you before the debate.
To be clear, I'm not rooting for the Christian nationalist theocrat, but there is nothing positive, at least in my opinion, about someone who's proud of and boasts about their ignorance. Historically speaking, women like her wouldn't be prosecuted for witchcraft by Spanish Inquisition. Like, everyone knew that only thin and beautiful witch can pilot a broom because of weight limitation. True. Oh my gosh.
Is there a correction going on? So if feminism exists, it starts with the assumption that there's some sort of inequality, something that needs to be corrected, or even lightly that there's a disparity of power in the balance, right? A balance of power.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Let's go back. In the 1920s, could women own land?
I don't think so.
Could they...
I mean, there's more to that than that. There's also an assumption of the sexes, quote unquote, having certain, again, roles that they are born with. That you are born into a certain slot that you need to fill. And that is an offshoot of, basically, again, people having their roles in society, not just based on sex, but based on status. If you were born a peasant, again, you had a certain slot that you filled for the rest of your life. From birth to death, you were a peasant. From birth to death, you were a noble. From birth to death, you were this, you were that. And here, it just basically is just a direct same projection of the same rule. You're born a woman, you have a slot to fill. You have a role to fulfill. You have a destiny to meet.
go to school of their own free choice?
I'm not sure about that one. I know that some of them could work. There's a myth that they couldn't work. I'm not sure what year. But leading, as time goes on, they didn't even get credit cards until 1970.
Sure. I guess maybe a follow-up question to that would be, you probably don't think it's good that women can work or have land. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that correct?
I don't even think it's good that all men necessarily should vote because land and voting, all these things were tied together.
And by the way, when this guy says not all men should vote, he also means, but I definitely should vote. All these lesser men, they should not be able to vote, but I am one of the elite. I'm one of the top. I'm one of the cream. I should be able to vote, but those other men, not necessarily. That's really that doesn't even know any Judith Butler, for crying out loud. She doesn't know any feminist theory that isn't fem bubbles. There's this great feminist thinker that I keep forgetting her name. She was a woman of color, a very famous woman of color feminist that wrote pretty cool books on it. I just can't remember right now.
Together back then. And so the land question is, should women have land? Well, if you bought the land, what do you have land for? It's like you're not going to be the one defending it ultimately. It's going to be a man defending it.
Because keep in mind that race, of course, plays a big role in this whole puzzle as well, but whatever. They're probably not going to touch upon this even.
So
it's going to be fiat defending it, right? And I
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is this idea where you're talking about the enforcement arm, and we've talked about this before. I think it's a very silly idea to basically steal the valor of a small select group of young, able-bodied men with a penchant for violence who are willing to enact order as saying that this is like men doing this thing. So it's like, well, sort of, but it's specifically, it's the same men.
Wait a
Well,
second.
it's the same men you're relying on.
Do you get any?
What? What the hell are they talking about? His voice is actually kind of like Ben Shapiro.
Your feminist policy passed without the young, strapping group of men with a penchant for violence?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yeah, most policy isn't passed through violence.
No, it's enforced with violence. All policy.
What? What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean most policies are?
Policy is enforced with violence.
I mean, if you're saying that the state has a monopoly on violence and all policy has an explicit threat of violence behind it, so when you pass any law or any change, it has violence sort of as an enforcer of it behind it, then technically speaking, yeah, but it doesn't mean that you pass everything through violence. That's just stupid. Again, that is the third stupidest thing I've heard today. I keep hearing a lot of stupid things.
So hold on. If you pass a policy and a
men
law,
don't get to steal valor from other men.
Hold on a second. There's no valor. We're not talking about valor. The point is that there's a difference between a group of men and a group of women. We're not saying that because a group of men hold this position of power, that these other men get some type of privilege, right? We're saying that...
Okay, I want to hear him finish the when you pass a law thing, because I have a feeling, I have a suspicion that I'm about to hear something really stupid again.
Descriptively, that you're trying to say, oh, a penchant for violence, as if that's a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing at all.
So it's like...
Hold on, just to be clear, I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well, it sounded like a pejorative.
No, that would only be because if you think that I think violence is inherently evil, which I don't. I like cops and soldiers.
So you agree that if a woman had the money to buy land, you would agree that she couldn't actually defend it from intruders?
Well, with guns, she probably decent.
I mean, if a woman had money to buy land, she could also hire guards, so that's a stupid argument in on itself. If you have money, you can hire people to protect your land. You don't have to do it yourself. If we're really going to go down that route of silly logic, okay, of silly argumentation, why would you single-handedly protect your land? Are you saying that a man under all circumstances is able to defend his land? If you alone have a piece of land and 6 people jump you with weapons, you're just good luck defending your land. Strong, strapping man that likes violence.
Could, but the reality is that the man would be able to defend it pretty similarly, especially with guns.
Okay, here's my question. If the land owning situation is a microcosm of society...
This is such a stupid conversation. Gosh.
Does the man, in your view of feminism, have an obligation to defend anything?
If he owns, is he the landowner?
Any man in society, whether it's at the land level or a stranger walking down the street.
This is a really good clarifying question. Most men don't have the obligation. The men that do are the individuals who join the enforcement arm as authority.
That's actually not true.
Well, typically the police are required to respond.
Respond to a crime. The police actually have no obligation in the U.S. to defend your property or your body.
Well, they do to an extent, right? Like most cops. Well, most cops don't intervene because it's hard to
it's a Supreme Court case. Colorado. There's another one. It's the whole protect and serve thing. This is like people conflate this. They think the cops are legally bound or somehow obligated.
Okay, that's just stupid. That's stupid. That just means that the police in the U.S. is deeply flawed, first of all, and second of all, if you have a state that has monopoly on violence. And yes, the state has the monopoly on violence, okay? Vigilantism is not a thing that is allowed in most states. Then that means that, in fact, individual citizens don't have the obligation to just hoorah defend stuff, okay? That is the duty of the state, to enforce sort of the law, the rules, etc., okay? On paper, at least. So that whole scenario of, oh, I am a man, I just bought a piece of land and I'm gonna defend it with my own two hands, is just in a modern state, that's just stupid idea. That is just silly, okay? If I've been born a pervert, I don't even know which woman servants I would pretend it's like to me. It's not like I more prefer white women over black women. Just like how the dress looks. Jesus Christ. Of course, the conversation in the chat has gone to the topics of being a pervert and not being a pervert. Perverts discussions, of course. I'm reading the chat on YouTube. If you like what I do, if you enjoy the stream, then consider donating. But would a stupid person know the word microcosm? Checkmate. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I've been defeated in the market board of ideas, I guess. Wonderful.
To protect you and your property, they're actually not. Their job is to respond to a violation of law or something else. So
yeah, and I hate to break it to you, but breaking into someone's property is a violation of law. So we've just destroyed your whole argument in a single stroke. Okay? The state enforces the law. The state has a monopoly on violence. And if someone wants to break into your home, break onto your property, then it is, in fact, the job of the police to stop it because that breaks the law.
the violation could be someone hurt you.
That is a violation, in fact. In fact, it is enshrined into law that people cannot just break into someone else's property. So I ain't decided yet. Please help, chat. Oh my gosh.
The violation could be someone stole something, but as far as defending it, the obligation is for you and your family to defend your life and others. And so this is why I asked you.
Well, no. Attacking someone is a violation. Trying to kill someone is a violation. Breaking and entering is a violation. What do you mean? Are you stupid? You just said it. It's the police's job to respond to violations. All of these things are crimes, violations. So by your own logic, it is the job of the police to, in fact, interfere when somebody tries to enter your property illegally. It's not very complicated, actually, in this case. Maybe some legal expert, maybe some lawyer, US lawyer can get in here in the chat and tell me how I'm wrong. But this whole line of argumentation is just very, very silly. I guess suddenly the state does not have the monopoly on violence in a nation state. Suddenly, I guess it's all up to individual citizens to take the law into their own hands and do stuff, I guess. It's, okay, cool.
Just to be clear, though, this is really muddy, right? Because depending on the state that you're in, your ability to defend your land is actually very criminally questionable. Because in some states, you can't really defend your land, right? And so this idea that you're saying, like, cops don't have to defend you.
And why is that?
Well, hold on. Just let me finish my thoughts, right? In the case of cops, you're right.
I'm not even going to get into this whole fortress doctrine or whatever that exists in the US, but whatever.
You can't call them beforehand. Well, actually, you can a lot of the time. A lot of times, say you have a trespasser, you don't even have to defend your land. You can oftentimes call the cops as long as you have a sign up, and they can show up and kick you off the land.
That's when they show
that
up.
Would be the cop protecting your land.
That's if they show up.
Well, they usually do.
No. Look, anytime do you know how many self-defense instances are reported in the U.S. alone?
Oh, I'm sure super high, which is why there's less
Millions.
protections. Yeah, I'm not opposed to self-defense.
Oh, the police force is flawed in the policing system is flawed in the U.S. Therefore, people should just become vigilantes. Just, that's stupid. Come on.
No, but you are opposed to self-defense.
No, not.
Well, why is it that if you're defending feminism, and that includes females voting and
Do you know that ambulances sometimes don't reach people on time, are late, and sometimes it gets ugly? And therefore, I guess all citizens have the obligation to become witch doctors and try to perform doctor duties because ambulances just don't always come to you on time.
Females vote with patterns that lead to people's inability to use their own weapon. Is that a good thing?
Later, Emily.
You're just creating like this.
No. I want to ask you a question. Is it a good thing if the government passes legislation where a man or a woman has constrained ability to defend themselves?
You would have to give me the exact specific
Is it generally a good thing for society to restrict one's capability of using a gun in their pocket as self-defense?
I mean, I'm sorry, that is the price of living in a modern state. You know, a state that has, technically speaking, a monopoly on violence. That is the price you pay for living in a nation state, I'm afraid. They ain't the Wild West anymore. There will be limitations on violence of individual citizens, yes.
Again, I actually can't give you a super clear, because there are going to be instances where I think using a gun for self-defense is bad. Like, I don't like Florida's stand your ground policy, but there are also instances where you should be able to, obviously.
If there's over 1 million, and that's only the ones that are reported, uses per year of self-defense with a gun in the U.S., okay? If that person wasn't allowed to use their gun in those instances, would that be a good thing?
And of course, you are assuming automatically that all instances of using a gun in self-defense is justified, which is a strong claim to make, actually. But whatever.
Or a bad thing?
That would be, for most of those cases, a bad thing.
Okay. If women voting results progressively in those instances not being able to occur because of restrictive gun laws, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This is just too reductive to say.
It's not. It's not reductive because the stats show it. Women vote in favor, tilted highly, to higher constraint of liberty, and especially regarding guns. They're like, ick, guns, scary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You live in a nation state. You live in a state. That automatically means that your liberty, quote unquote, is restricted because the state likes to have monopoly on violence. So I guess you're a communist. You want a stateless society, I suppose. You just want to live in a stateless world. Pyryu donated $10. Doc appointments done. Dono. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now, I'm going to tell you how much we have gathered and how much more I need to gather. PayPal. Woohoo. Woohoo. So 200. I've got 200 złotys and I need 200 more, about, give or take. That is where I am financially. That is where it's at, right? In our little feminist utopian thing.
Yeah, but so do like black men at a higher level and black women, and older generations, especially this last election, also tend to like vote in this direction. So when you're like reducing these voting things, which are very
no.
complicated. Hold on, if you could just let me finish my thoughts.
No, the disparity with men and men is not the same as women. Though.
If you don't mind, just let me finish my thoughts. What you're doing though is you're taking these extremely complicated, multifaceted policy things, and you're reducing it down to man versus women, when that's not really the lens by which you should be analyzing things like self-defense law.
Why not?
Also, it's also actually. Individual versus the state. So, good luck. Good luck, fair gentlemen.
Because it's not helpful in any way.
Why are you saying it's multifaceted if I can demonstrate statistically that women collectively vote toward gun legislation and other things that restrict your ability to defend yourself, and men, even if you found men that didn't, the disparity between men and women is astounding as far as those laws.
Sure, but that would then be presupposing that the women voting that way are specifically because they want to reduce your self-defense things.
No, it's their nature. I'm not blaming them for
nature
wanting
to reduce self.
Is their nature?
No. Their nature is to vote and act in defense, in nurturing, in protection kind of thing.
Sure, but
Yeah, but self-defense is defense, so you've just defeated your own argument. If women are voting for defense, protection, and nurturing, then they would actually vote higher for the ability for people in the household to defend themselves, because that's part of defense and nurturing. So that whole argument is just stupid right off the bat.
most women would actually probably be like most feminists, for example. I think the gun is like the greatest feminist equalizer ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of feminists are very pro self-defense for pretty obvious reasons.
Yeah, but that doesn't deal with the fact that when women vote, even if I granted you
But
those awesome
voting,
women,
they're not voting for self-defense. They're typically going to be voting for things like abortion policy
look,
and like welfare
why
state.
is it that they vote in favor of policies that restrict your ability for self?
Well, you should explain it. You said that women were more pro-defending, but now you're saying that they're voting against defending. So you explain it. You square that circle.
Self-defense then.
They don't vote in favor of policies that restrict your self-defense. They typically vote for Democrat politicians who
Who is his most favorite awesome woman? I am not sure.
embody their values more at a broad caretaking.
Okay, so got it. So women vote not based on particular things that they look into, but a general feeling of the person who's talking embodies their value. That's even a worse argument for
I don't know why you're
females.
strawmanning me like that. That's
What is it they're discerning from the, what's an embodiment?
Well, when you look at a politician and you're deciding to vote for them, most people are like 1 to 3 main things that they vote for. It's usually for women, some level of women's rights, economy, and housing crisis, especially in the last election, right? And so when they're looking at a politician that they're deciding on, those are typically the top 3 things that they're deciding to vote for.
I mean, you have to weigh the pros against the cons, right? You have to look at all the policies and decide whether or not overall, when you balance it all out, these politicians will be a positive or a negative if you vote for him.
Not like going down the line and being man, does this person let me do self-defense or not? In fact, a lot of women will rail against Democrats when they try to
I know, but this is really bizarre because the narrative from women is that men are dangerous and they, you know, you got to watch out for men. And I agree, men are dangerous. You should watch out for men. But the thing...
Well, then, okay, if you agree, then what's wrong with the quote-unquote narrative? You're saying that's the narrative, and now you just say, but it's also true. So is it the narrative, or do you agree and it's true?
Thing is, it's bizarre to have a narrative that primarily is women need to be protected, men are dangerous, we got to look at this assault stuff, people are essayed all the time, and then to prioritize voting based on what? Like if the outcome of voting is that not only you as a woman can't legally use a gun, but also men can't use a gun to even protect you properly, what are they prioritizing above that?
Things like housing crisis.
Yes, vigilantism should be the answer to society's ills. You got it, yes.
As an economy. That's what...
What a silly way to view the world. Everybody should just be able to shoot anybody that is perceived as a threat in the moment.
Women voted for
I thought feminism sorted that out.
What? When has feminism had
well, you're always arguing.
Wait, sorry, what? There's no rights or wrongs, Jack. It's just nature, right? Running its course wholly. It's so Kojima coded take. I just had a brain quack. True.
Women voted for
I thought feminism above that.
Things like housing crisis and economy. That's what women voted for.
I thought feminism sorted that out.
Feminism sorted out this. Okay, either this person's really, really dishonest, or this person's just really, really stupid. Feminism has sorted the economy? Okay, there are no more problems in economy. Feminism has sorted it. My goodness. My goodness. Ouch. Ow, ow, I have cramp. I have a cramp. Oh, gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Jordan, Americans like their gun culture. Ay. I mean, that's bizarre. It's bizarre that vigilantism seems to be like the answer to all vows, and also feminism has solved the economy. Why be an economist when you can be a feminist? I say. God. Look at her face. Look at her face when she heard that. I actually genuinely cannot blame her. This guy is not the smartest. Not the smartest guy. I'm sorry to say. This is not the smartest guy. Maybe he should not be able to vote. Maybe he should be one of those men that are excluded from the voting pool. Yeah.
What? When has feminism had
Well, you're always arguing.
sophisticated economic policy?
Your argument for feminism being good is based on the economy.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing as
What? Oh yeah, feminism has solved all economic problems in society.
and voting for the using feminism as an economic analysis.
Okay, let's do it this way. What do you think, from your view of feminism, is the most important issue, given that you have a vote?
What does feminism say about the fiscal policy of the state? What does feminism has to say about loan rates? What does feminism have to say about trade? Can you tell me, not so erudite? I thought that feminism has sorted those things out. Oh, God. Really? Really?
The single most, like the top of the top.
Sorry, can you say that again?
What's the most important thing from your feminist view? Not the way.
Feminism is not the main thing that makes me vote. It's usually economic policy and foreign policy. I vote for foreign policy.
Yeah, but feminism has sorted economic policy and foreign affairs as well. International relations, I thought feminism has sorted that out as well. I thought feminism has ended all war.
Mostly.
Foreign policy?
Yeah, I care a lot about foreign policy.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
like sovereignty. I care a lot about sovereignty.
Okay, so if there was something to vote for feminists, you're going to say vote based on foreign policy.
I would be for most women, I would say probably feminism shouldn't be your number one priority. I think like the housing crisis and the wealth.
Sovereignty and independence are two of the most important words for the people living in my region, by the way. Sovereignty and independence are the two words that have been drilled into my head ever since I've been very, very small. Just a little bit of a trivia for you.
Disparity is a much bigger issue than like cultural patriarchy, and I think you've got like you're being a gender opportunist. You're fixating on the wrong thing. I think feminists voting for like purely feminist stuff isn't even that common. Again, most women in this election voted for housing, economy, and then after that was abortion.
What does voting for purely feminist thing even mean? What does that even mean to vote for a purely feminist thing?
Okay, so I guess I'm going to ask you, is there a correct feminist view?
No. Feminism is like a constant moving concept that's developing through conversation, like most philosophical concepts.
So if there's no correct concept for feminism, meaning that means that there's no correct application for feminism.
When you say correct, I guess I'm answering it in like there isn't a perfectly fixed idea of what feminism is, because feminism is fundamentally a dialogue, like most philosophies, right?
Okay, but dialogues don't make societies run.
So like I obviously think my version of feminism is the best version of feminism, but that doesn't mean it like
is there any
ontologically
standard that determines your version of feminism is the best or the correct one?
I think it's the most consistent. I think it leads to the highest level of like opportunity and flourishing for both like men and women, but mostly for women.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you say it's just a concept, like premise one is feminism is just a concept.
I mean, like all concepts, there's no. Again, we're going back to this fundamentalism view that people have the role in life, people have the right, correct, the only way to live their life. You're born this way, you will die this way. You have a track that you have to follow, like a train, and that's it. That's the only correct way to exist in the world. Very nice, very nice. Excellent, excellent. Beautiful. Could not have said it better. Okay, is he going to say that should we reinvade Afghanistan because of feminism and we should solve some problems out of the... Of course, of course, of course. It's all about them feminists voting on purely feminist things, like taking away the guns so that brave people that have their land cannot defend it. Ay. Ay, 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 ay.
Premise two, it's a dialogue. Like the follow of those two.
Yeah, everything's a dialogue. Most things are a dialogue, believe it or not. What's your point?
If it's just a concept and just a dialogue, then when we ask what the application is, that means like, let's like use an analogy. I design a car, that's just a concept in the computer. And then I go, okay, it's a...
Yeah, there's no definite way to build a car, believe it or not. You can improve on the model. You're giving a very stupid example considering that you can always improve on the way to build a car. Improvements keep being made. There's no definite, the only correct way to build a perfect car.
Concept, but it can be turned into reality. And so what I'm asking you is, what is your concept of...
This giving examples that defeat your own point. It's just on brand, so on brand for a person like this. So brilliant. I am astounded. You're so quick to give such a self-defeating argumentation.
Feminism, and how is it accurately or appropriately applied to society? Because if it's just a concept, just concepts, do we agree concepts themselves don't make reality function, right?
Yeah, no, I totally disagree with that. I think like social normative concepts are like the backbone by which zeitgeists emerge. Like I think the way that we view the world is rooted in concepts.
Does a concept act on matter?
Through people.
Yes. Yes, concepts in fact do, like your idiotic concept, like you're born a certain way and you have to live a certain way and die a certain way. That's a concept, believe it or not. Shock of all shocks. You have a certain concept as to how the world works and how the sexes should operate within this world. Just like, again, people used to have a concept of people are born into certain social class. They live in that social class and they die while being still in that same social class.
Sort of, yeah. Like,
well, no.
Like, it depends on what you mean by act on matter, right? Like, me sitting here talking about feminism, am I acting on matter?
Okay, look. Are you a concept or are you a material body?
I'm a person.
Okay. Are you a material body?
Yes.
Okay. So concepts, do
What a stupid question.
Concepts knock over cups?
Are you familiar with Plato? I'm
just asking you a question. Does a concept knock over a cup?
It depends on what you...
Yes, a concept can indeed be an incentive for a person to knock off like a cup. Yes, you can incentivize a person to knock over a cup through the use of concepts. Same as you can incentivize a person to forcing women into certain roles through concepts. Concepts lead to action, you idiot. Okay? This is not complicated. This is not rocket science. But I guess for some, it is. Oh no, not the concept argument. He's cooking here on the marketplace of pseudo-intellectualism. I know! This is so painful to behold. This is just, and he is so proud of himself. Look, like the self-assurance as he looks towards the camera. I was like, I got her now. I got her in my trap. I got her in my spider's web. Holy crap. Holy moly. Holy broly.
You mean by sort of? No, my hand does, but like the idea.
Can you knock over a cup with a concept?
No, it's immaterial.
Gotcha. So if concept's immaterial, concepts being that they can't knock over a cup, a concept can't actually build society.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Wow. Oh my god. This person's... This person is so stupid. Hey, can you knock over a table with a law? You know, laws. Can you knock over a glass? Can you knock over a bottle using a law? Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ almighty. Oh my god. The fact that she didn't burst out laughing after hearing this is just astounding to me. I would have had problems, okay? I would have had problems not bursting out laughing after this statement. Can a concept knock over this glass? No. Well, then concepts can't really build anything in society. Concepts cannot lead to anything. I want to see what the comments say about this. Oh my god. After having a Destiny-style meltdown over Jim Bob saying science didn't build a tank. Science... Somewhere in this debate, this guy is going to say that science did not build a tank. I rest my case. Oh. Is he saying guns are more basic than concepts? No, he's saying that concepts, ideas, science, apparently those things don't matter. Those things don't build societies. Raw physical action builds society, okay? Those are the things that build. Me with my club, I can knock out a glass and therefore I build society. Oh, that is brilliant. There is sheer brilliance in its simplicity. Oh, ay. I also need glasses. Hold on. Wiadomości. My glasses are not ready yet, for which I'll have to also pay. It's painful. Yeah, it's okay. That is the way.
I'm sorry, what's democracy? Like concepts.
Democracy is force.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
What
is.
the fuck? Democracy is force. Yes, may the force be with you, guy. The force binds us. It's all around us. It penetrates us, and it works through the midichlorians. Yes, great.
Democracy started as a political philosophy, right?
If-
I don't know. I don't know what you do with philosophy if you think that concepts don't emerge and affect reality.
I didn't say concepts don't have a relation to reality. I'm making a distinction because you said feminism is just a concept. If it's just
it's a concept, it's a dialogue, it's an action.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you. What is the action of feminism?
What the fuck are you talking about, guy? Him and Brown would agree. True. Good company. Gregor Brown, the best. My president. True. You're right.
Sure, just to be clear, 'cause I don't know why you're making all these like weird distinctions. A lot of
What is the action of feminism? What has feminism done actions for you?
times what happens and the way that I think that how people create, and this is honestly like platonic forms at this point, is we like understand the concept of a thing. So maybe the concept of the thing that you care about is women are being unfair to men, and that's a concept just in your mind. But what happens when you hold that belief is that it shapes how you view the world, it shapes what information that you take in to reinforce that, and it shapes how you act
We
upon
agree
that world.
that concepts inform action, but
Only the Platonic form. Isn't the Platonic form just the idea that there's this unattainable idea of a thing, and what we operate with is just a mere shadow of it, mere facsimile that will never be ideal, like the Platonic concept?
concepts are not actual things that do anything. So that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. And do you know what also are not real things? Laws, borders, regulations. This is so stupid. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how I should respond.
Feminism is just a concept.
Sure.
What's this bridge between the concept and its application?
Yeah, and patriarchy, I guess, is just a concept. The democracy is just a concept, in fact. Force is just a concept. Everything is just a concept. Nothing exists and nothing matters.
Like, for instance, what does it look like for you to apply feminism in your ideal...
Okay, so you just want policies?
Anything, yeah, anything. What's
Sure.
the family look like?
Probably in North America, by and large, nuclear seems to be the best structure. I would prefer more intergenerational than what we have. I think intergenerational homes tend to be better. But I would also be open to like more commune-style living,
Okay,
like
so
village families.
a family unit. Are you saying a mother? Is it best for a mother, a father?
By and large, or at least two parents that like occupy those types of roles.
Okay, so basically a traditional looking, reflective of a traditional
Yeah.
family. So that's good for society.
By and large, yeah.
And you're saying from your view that's feminist.
I wouldn't say that that's feminist. I would just say that that's like what's good for society.
Okay, but if
Not everything has to be feminism, right?
okay, so if that's good for society, is that counter feminism?
Can I actually ask you a question
What?
just to see if you understand me? How, on my list of like top 5 ideas and things that I care most about, where do you think feminism falls? Like, do you think feminism is
idea.
like number 1? Just take a guess. What do
3.
you... 3? It's not even on my top 5. I think it's
What does that have to do with that? What the fuck? What? None of these people are equipped to discuss these topics, and I'm just sitting here in pain. And I'm not equipped to discuss this topic, and I still feel pain hearing this. It's like the blind leading the blind, and I'm here just taking it all in.
not that important. I'll debate with you on it because I'm
Okay.
interested in it.
Feminism's not that important for society.
No, because I think it's done most of what it needed to do. There's like
It's
little-
done? It's done most of what it needed to do? Oppressive gender roles don't exist anymore? Everything's fine and dandy? There are no expectations placed on men, women, and anybody? Those things that just don't exist? It's all done? It's just all about promoting femininity now? Oh my goodness. Oh my, yeah, feminism is just done for the most part. Okay. So we're done, folks. It's women got to schools and got their jobs. We're done. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be right back. Don't even. I don't even know. Okay, now I can clearly see that a thin layer between reality and unreality has been breached, and now demons of the warp are filling the room. I'm sorry, Lucy, but they've both cooked. I know! What the fuck? I know! I told you, I have no champion in this. I have no person that I can root for here. It's just sad. I am sad. I need to find my brush. Because I am sad. I'll be right back. I want to eat something, but I have nothing to eat. I am sad. Oh, found my brush. I'm gonna brush myself. Are we back? Is this stream back? Because the internet died for a moment there. Oh, we're back. If we're back, then say something in the chat. Is anybody still here? Okay, we're back. Thank you. All right, let's continue watching this mess.
Elements left.
What did it do? It convinced a
Gave
bunch of
women a
chicks to
vote.
kill their babies?
Uh,
Or to delete?
Co, łobuzie, co? No, co? Siad. Siad, Fajdo. Siad. Dam ci, tak, dam ci. Łobuzie, no. Dam ci pysznego snaczka. No, taki smutny. He's so sad. He just came to me, he whimpered and was like, "Oh, pay attention to me. I'm sad." And I'm like, "Oh, big boy. What's up with this? What's up with this? Why are you so sad?" Ow. Slurp borp. All right. Oh my gosh.
Leave their babies.
Well, some of it did that, right?
A lot of it did that.
Yeah, abortion, obviously. Most of what it needed to do. There's little elements left.
What did it do? It convinced a bunch of chicks to kill their babies?
Wait, hold on. I thought that it didn't do anything. I thought concepts can't do anything. So, have you changed your mind on that? So of course, women should not have access to abortion. Of course. Fundraising to get a doctor's appointment. Are you going to have it cut off? I hope you're not pinning it to your GSD. No, actually, it's a medical appointment for a doctor to graciously look at my blood test results. I needed to have my blood tested, so I go to one clinic to have my blood tested, and then I need to get a medical appointment for a doctor to actually look at the blood results and interpret them, to say if I'm dying of a blood clot or if my liver is damaged beyond repair, or if I have any other horrible crippling thing that will come out in blood work. But thank you, Paul Hogston, for your input.
To delete their babies?
Well, some of it did that, right?
A lot of it did that.
Yeah, abortion, obviously, which is like a tragedy, but it also did things like let women have access to the workplace, allow them to access education, allow them to self-determine, allow them to own land,
No,
allow them
hold
to have
on.
paying power,
Women always...
One of the hottest doctors I ever seen was a woman from Poland. Well, then you should go to the page. If you really appreciate your hot Polish doctor, then go to this page and donate or subscribe. That is my advice to you. If you really appreciate that doctor. If you don't, then I guess you don't. Fido, chodź. Chodź, Fido. Chodź. Chodź tu. No chodź. I guess he doesn't want a snack. All right.
Leverage for society.
Even before
to have the vote, you have to let me finish my thoughts.
No, it is a prattle. Hold on a second.
You can't call
it is a prattle.
Everything that I say.
I didn't say the word prattle once this whole time.
You literally just said
I just said it. Yep. You said every time. I didn't do it every. That's a
Sorry,
plural.
you're right. I'm having flashbacks from our last debate and Jay's debate.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to, because I don't want to forget what you're saying. Is that it's actually not true that feminism produced working women. Women could work before largely what you think feminism is. Yes. No. This is a major myth. Audience, I want you to know this. The feminist always comes in with this story that feminism saved the woman from the home and then they're allowed to work. That wasn't actually the case. Women could work. It just happened to be the case that traditional values were the norm, and rightly so, that women valued in their society and in their home the position of the mother as one of the most important, still today, one of the most important.
That's not true. That is absolutely not true. As recent as the 19th century, as I've said, there were two domains. One was the home. That was the domain of the woman. the public domain was the domain of the man, and many of these things were very much enforced by law. When a woman walked around on the street, she was assumed to be a sex worker. Sex work was considered to be something bad. If all sex workers had to be registered, and if a woman just walked around on the street doing things in public, any policeman or just a police person could just arrest the woman, take her to the precinct or whatever, and grill her on what she was doing outside of the home. So that's absolutely not true. Okay, let's read a little bit of history. Let's crack open a history book, okay, from time to time. It's not a myth.
Roles to play for women in society.
And those roles were enforced legally often. Yeah. Thank you. You've got an understanding.
Hold that belief. They weren't chained, not working. They could work. They just chose the value correctly to stay at home. That the best thing for society and their family is to raise good children, to be present with their children, to organize the house, to make the house a small type of organized government, if you will. And this is what happened. Feminism came in and smeared what motherhood is. It smeared what the role in the family is.
What a twisting of what actually was. This is so brain dead. I'm not even gonna reply further. I've already said my piece.
Basically poisoned the well and said, that's icky. You want liberation. You want freedom. And guess what it resulted in? More debt for women, more sexually transmitted diseases for women, higher body...
Oh, that's bullshit. That's the biggest bullshit lie of all. If there was ever a bullshit lie, this is the biggest one, because STD epidemics, STD problems were a huge part of society for a long time. Okay, let's not even go into the STDs, because it's not gonna end well for you if you go to the STD route. Really? Feminism caused STD. Okay. Oh, sure. Wow. STD is a whole topic that we could be talking about. Wait a minute. Let's Google it. Let's see what the internet has to say. STD in the United States history. Wow. History of sexually transmitted disease. Sexually transmitted diseases have been known to mankind for centuries. Before the advent of modern medicine, people's lack of awareness and understanding of STDs contributed to the widespread transmission of the infections, while few or no treatments were available to treat the conditions. And the way the hospitals treated those things in the 19th century oftentimes just led to further spreading of the disease, just so you know. Like the subpar methods which the doctors use to diagnose a woman, if she had it, they would take the same tools and diagnose the next woman, and they would spread it through diagnosing. This was pretty ridiculous, but it happened. In medieval times, syphilis and gonorrhea were two of the most prevalent STDs in Europe. Only one theory suggests that syphilis was spread by crew members who picked up the disease on the voyages led by Christopher Columbus. They are thought to have contracted syphilis while in the Americas and to have then spread it on their return when docking at ports in Europe. Sailors are also thought to be responsible for the spread of gonorrhea from Tahiti to New Zealand. Jesus. In the 18th and 19th centuries, mercury, arsenic, and sulfur were commonly used to treat venereal disease, which often resulted in serious side effects, and many people died of mercury poisoning. It was in the late 19th and 20th century that the importance of tracing sexual partners of a person infected with an STD was recognized. It's just stupid. It's just stupidity on the display, saying that feminism caused somehow the spread of STD is
counts for women. And ultimately, the thing that what do you think the biggest leverage is for women? What is your biggest leverage point in society?
That is such a retelling of history. Oh yeah, the women were never forced into a role. They just all freely embraced it, and it was all good until evil feminism came in and spread the STDs.
If men's leverage is force, brute force, aggression, what do you think women's leverage is?
Probably sex.
Sex. So
Can I go back to your narrative,
okay,
though? Can I respond?
One more. I
Okay.
promise. I'll let you respond.
Okay.
Sex, though. Largely, I know you take a very particular, unorthodox feminist view, but largely, if we're generally arguing against feminism, has feminism perverted and sold women's leverage, which is their sex, and convinced them to completely make it for free, as if that's liberation?
I would not fully. The sexual revolution, I think, is like kind of shit, but I would not fully agree with that statement.
Is it empowering?
What? Okay, you have to. You will have to elaborate, Mister.
For women to collect body counts?
No. Can I go back to actually responding to your entire thing?
Sure.
No, I don't think this.
This is so stupid. I don't even know what to say. Force versus sex. Yeah, those are such useful concepts in a modern state.
If like collecting body counts is good. The issue is that like most.
It's not even abstract. It's just stupid.
And don't think collecting body counts is good. I think it's a very niche. Yes, you deal with a lot of OnlyFans models, but that's obviously not the average woman. You are dealing with a high sexual bias. So just to go back to like this narrativizing that you did. So women work. We said women were able to work. They just chose to be in the home. Well, actually, women always
body
worked.
count. Such stupid conversation.
They just did farm labor
ridiculous.
And also domestic. The main thing is that they never received any.
The moment I start hearing about body counts is when I just tune out of even remotely looking at this and treating it seriously.
To convert that work into anything leverageable within society, like money or ownership.
Why would that happen?
Because being able to have money and able to like liberate some level of autonomy is like one of the foundations to be able to make a choice. For example, if a woman is in an abusive relationship with a husband who's harming her and her children, back in the 1910s, when her farm labor would never translate to any goods and to anything that she can claim as her own, she can never leave that situation.
Okay, stay there.
In most cases in the 19th century, even when she had something, a woman could not leave that situation easily. That's right, dude. STDs are the God's punishment for two women for not having sex with their husbands. True. Finally, somebody that understands. Finally. Oh God. Finally, some common sense in the house.
In this situation, let's say she was liberated and she was working. Do you know who's going to abuse the kids then?
The man is still abusing the kids.
No, the people who are watching the kids, because the mother's not home watching the kids. So it's like you said.
Well,
no,
what?
You said people who are watching is liberated and she
can never leave that situation.
Okay, stay there. In this situation, let's say she was liberated and she was working. Do you know who's going to abuse the kids then?
The man is still abusing the kids.
No, the people who are watching the kids, because the mother's not home watching the kids. So it's like you set up this hypothetical where if the woman could work, then she can set up this escape dowry, right?
You're
but
missing my point.
Hold on. The thing is, if the woman's out in the workforce, she's not at home getting abused.
Jim, you have to engage with my points, right? You have to engage with what I'm saying.
That's literally what you said.
That's not what I said. And if you keep erecting straw mans of me, then we can't talk.
What did you say then?
What I said is that what happens when
back
in the 1910s era is that they were working. Women have always been working through
divorce was banned in the 19th century, just so you know.
Agrarian style jobs.
Forbidden.
Just as hard as men?
A lot of times they're working all day, taking care of the children, and then also like milking the animals, helping plow, doing like
just as hard as men?
Yeah, I would just say it's different work. Like men are in the mines, but that doesn't mean
just as hard though.
It's more like physically destructive on the body, but like in converse, women
just as
are
risky.
I didn't say just as risky.
I'm just asking.
No, it's not just as risky.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why you keep doing these.
Well, I'm talking about like, well, what's the risk and reward?
But I'm
So,
asking you to
like,
just engage with me. Like, just talk to me. Talk to me about my
I
ideas.
understand. I'm trying to summarize what you're saying. You're saying back in the day, women are working on the
It
land.
depends. If a pregnant woman, for example, does heavy, I can do this sort of thing as well. If a pregnant woman does heavy lifting, plowing, physical labor, that's risky. Yeah, that's more risky than for a man because a woman can lose her pregnancy and a man can't. There you go, checkmate, idiot. Yeah, you can form this sort of argument about anything at any time if you have more than 2 brain cells to rub together. But it's just stupid to do so.
and sweating.
To do this weird comparisons. Hey, what's more risky? What's more...
Taking care of the kids and cooking and all these things.
But what's the problem with it?
What sort of society do you think we are living in right now?
Well, what is the problem with it?
Well, I said that. Do you not remember?
You said the problem is in the instance where they're beaten,
No.
they what? What's the alternative? I don't understand.
Okay, so the beaten was an example
What
of
the-
why it's really important to have something like purchasing power. It's really important to have some level of ownership of like goods so that you can like exchange and move and like autonomize within the world. Like the exchange of goods and basic economics is like one of the most fundamental things that bring like peace and freedom globally. It's very, very important to be able to own goods, to be able to exchange those goods for other goods, and to have some level of choice
Okay,
as a result of
I
that.
understand.
And women would work and be barred access to ownership of these things.
That sounds like you're arguing for a norm based on an exception.
Nope.
Yeah, you are. If you're
What?
assuming that there's enough women in that scenario.
What? Oh my god, what a... This guy's an idiot. Why is this debate even happening? Why does this happen? Just don't lose your pregnancy, duh, while working on the fields. It's literally that simple. It is that simple, isn't it? I feel so silly for not having thought of that. I'm ashamed. I'm sorry.
Who are going to be in a situation that justifies that they have some sort of escape plan. Your entire foundational argument is this. Women should have purchasing power and be able to have money to do things in the event they have to leave their husband or their family, whereas you're basically presenting one scenario and making a rule based on one potential scenario where a woman needs an escape route.
No, that was just an example. That was just an example of why having some level of independence is important. This is pretty easy.
That's a really common scenario. That's one of the reasons why it's important for women to have rights. Another one, if we connect it to the vote, one of the reasons why it's so important to give the society the ability to vote is because it transfers your autonomy and authority to an elected individual, and that individual makes choices ideally on your behest.
Yeah, but
and as a woman, until you have the right to vote, you don't
What
have
is this person doing? Is he having a stroke in the middle of a debate?
any ability to have a say in what policy societies have
Guess
over
what? You don't
and
have a say.
historically,
You don't have
and
a say.
Of course you do.
No, you don't.
Unless you just don't believe in
I
democracy.
will tell you right now why you don't have a say.
Can you let
I'll
me?
tell you what. Hold on.
Jim, you don't let me finish.
Oh my god, this person is such a...
No, you
My
said a lot
thoughts.
there. One at a time.
that's-
No,
okay.
one at a time.
Jim, you interrupted me as I
Let's
was
say
talking.
40 words per 40 words, okay? Okay, let's do one, because then I'll forget what you said, and then I won't be able to respond to you. Okay?
Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough. You're stupid. Fair enough.
So, you just said
Do you want to
women,
You could just write down rather than
women
interrupting
need
me.
voting because they need to be able to influence policy and have a say in the society, right?
That's one of the values of
Okay.
voting. Yeah.
Okay. So women have a say in the society, but women aren't obligated to uphold and to defend the policies with force.
Nobody is obligated to.
God. So nobody is obligated. So you're the policies with force. But
Hold,
women
wait, hold
aren't-
on. This...
That's one of the values of
Okay.
voting. Yeah.
Okay. So women have a say in the society, but women aren't obligated to uphold and to defend the policies with force.
The state has monopoly on force. What the fuck? That is the whole point of the nation state. That is the whole point of the existence of the state. It holds the monopoly of violence. What do you mean, women and their obligation to enforce policy with violence? This is more a stupid, fundamental misunderstanding on how countries function, even. What is this? How does this guy imagine that countries function?
Nobody is obligated to.
God, so nobody is obligated. So you're arguing for...
Yeah, the state enforces that. The state has the monopoly of violence. Let's Google it again, because I don't even know what to say at this point. State monopoly on violence. This is so basic. State monopoly on violence, political science, sociology, and blah blah blah. This is I cannot believe this. Shut the fuck up, woman. Man is speaking. Please have a sit and do your periods. Think quietly. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what I'm... Alright. State monopoly on violence in political science and sociology, the concept that the state alone has the right to use or authorize the use of physical force. It is widely regarded as a defining characteristic of the modern state. Yeah, it's stupid. In this lecture, Politics as a Vocation, the German sociologist Max Weber defines the state as a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Under feudalism, no lords, including the king, could claim a monopoly over the use of violence. I guess this guy just thinks that we still live in under feudalism or something. Like, he gave such bizarre examples of guys buying land and defending them on their own, and women enforcing policy with violence, since their vassals promised to serve them but remained free to exercise power in their fiefdoms. Moreover, the king and the landed nobility had to share power or compete with the Roman Catholic Church. So yes, I don't think we have to go further into this. It's just stupid. And this is so basic. It's the most basic thing in the world, that the state has monopoly on violence. But I guess just this...
For women to be able to vote,
and
from the allowance of men permit you to vote.
Nope.
Yes, they do.
Not really.
Yes, they do.
No, a small group of well, first of all, again, you're going down the enforcement arm. Are you a police officer or military?
No.
So you are reliant on the same men
That's
that I
right.
am.
They're men.
That doesn't matter. They're not.
No, they're not men. They're women in governmental positions. This is so stupid. What the fuck do you mean? Women can take office in the government, and women can be chosen as representatives that propose, pass, and enforce laws. I have no clue what this guy is talking about. And I have no clue what erudite is responding with this few select men, when women are not barred from the government. So this whole argument just falls flat on its face. What the hell?
It does matter.
You don't get to steal the
They're
valor
not
of them.
women.
You don't get to turn to women as a man who's not in any of these enforcement arms.
How am I
I'm the
taking
one
valor?
giving you the rights.
How
That's
am I,
not true.
How am I taking valor?
Because what you're doing is you're looking at policemen and soldiers who are doing a duty to their nation by protecting
Well, no,
people's
you said
rights.
it's not a duty.
Well, once they sign
You contradicted yourself.
I'm not. It's not a contradiction.
Look.
Hold on. Do not interrupt me.
This is so illiterate. This is illiteracy on the display that I just cannot. I just can't. What the hell?
This time, when men or women join the police force, they take a whole bunch of promises and solidarities.
Right.
Just like when a doctor joins the doctor force,
Cool.
they have to take a whole bunch.
It's doctor force, the doctors association, okay, medical association. That is what you call it, the medical force.
Like the
Here.
Hippocrates. Hold on. Oh.
Fuck me, man.
And so the idea of duty, yes, once you enroll in a job voluntarily and agree to both the responsibilities and the
Okay.
benefits and the power and the wage.
The U.S. courts also have established a castle doctrine that people have the right to use lethal force in self-defense in his residence. Yes, I know about the castle doctrine, and I think it's stupid, but it's still a thing that is allowed by the state, okay? it is still the state holding de facto monopoly on violence. It's just the state established that castle doctrine, and the state establishes how far it goes, what are the boundaries of that doctrine. That whole thing is still established by the state. It doesn't invalidate the fact that the state has, in fact, the monopoly on violence. I think it even reinforces it. This guy is just an idiot, and I have no clue why this debate is even happening to begin with. Every one of her arguments appeals to an authority figure. How is this guy so bad at this? She doesn't understand that most men are capable of real violence but choose not to just because she surrounds herself with soy boys. She thinks it's only a few men. Jesus Christ.
That is conferred by that. Now you have duties. Police officers have a duty
What's
to
your
enforce
duty?
the law. What?
When you vote, what's your duty?
After you vote. To be an informed voter.
You're okay, cool. So Hawk Tua, who's not an informed voter, could vote because she's a woman, right?
Yep.
Okay. You just said she has a duty to be an informed voter.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that like you would take away.
Hold on. If is there any consequence to not fulfilling your duty in your worldview?
Like not being an informed citizen?
Yeah, Hawk Tua votes.
Yeah, you get a situation where the politicians increasingly don't represent you, and then you bitch and whine about how bad the politicians are, but they're bad because you're never actually voting for them.
I mean, that is a real consequence. If you don't have, if you're not an informed voter, if you don't know anything about the surrounding realities, if you're not interested in politics at all, then yes, you do wake up one day in a world that is hostile to you, for example. That is actually a pretty good example of consequence of not being an informed voter. Like, he can roll his eyes, make faces, but that is the pretty, very substantial result. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
look, would you agree that the act of voting for men collectively, the act of voting is an agreement that they're not going to rebel?
No, you're stupid. If you think that, then you're just stupid.
No.
You don't agree with that?
No, no, that's just stupid. That's idiotic.
Men?
Well, no, I'm saying men first. I'm saying when a bunch of men vote and they say, I'm going to vote, they're basically, they're signing something and checking something off that might become policy, and they're outsourcing the force. In my case, I'm not the force, right? When I vote, I outsource the force, right? Stolen valor, right?
To police.
Got it. No.
The state has the monopoly on on force, violence, what have you. Yes, the citizens are the ultimate, like, sovereign, okay? But that's not how that works.
No, police and the military and everyone else, right? Sure. When I outsource...
It is such a brainless take. It's all about force. May the force be with you.
The force, by voting, I'm basically agreeing with other men in my position that we're not going to take up arms and rebel. We're not going to start a civil war. It's an agreement, correct?
That is such an weird American take that this is just stupid. This is very stupid. What do you mean we're not gonna start a civil war?
This is like not the
That is the basis for voting.
No.
Representation.
No, it's not. The basis for voting is not the threat of people starting a civil war. No.
Right? If you don't have representation and your basically representatives don't represent you and they get all wonky, right? That's why there's a militia. That's why men can take up arms and actually have a revolutionary fight, right? This is
stupid. If that were to be the case, then every time, then you would have had a civil war with every administration, basically, in the United States, because there's always a whole group of people that feel not represented. Where are the civil wars at? Jim Bob.
This is historical, right?
Okay, this is like Tim Pool.
yeah.
This is
Okay,
Tim
hold on.
Pool-esque level of logic.
No, I get to respond now, 40 for 40, right? The issue that you're doing here is you're creating this like simplified narrative to work to like your argument when things are
Yeah,
not
it
as
does work.
simple.
4.41 million 45 million subscribers, for fuck's sake.
It is that
doesn't-
simple. It is that
because
simple.
When you vote, all you're saying is that I'm willing to
Life is so simple when you're a simpleton, I swear to God. Life becomes just so simple.
participate to be a citizen,
I'm
and
also
whatever that looks like.
got you, but participating as a citizen is an agreement to not rebel, right?
I suppose
Do
more like
we
not
have
to
a-
break the rules. It's not about not
just,
rebelling.
No, not just breaking the rules. Taking over the government with force with other men. It's an agreement, right?
Sure.
Great.
this
That's
is-
all I needed from
sure.
you. So when men collectively vote and they say,
Yeah, I guess when people during feudalism were serfs and peasants, etc., they were just outsourcing their violence and agreeing not to rebel because this guy's an idiot. I don't know what to say.
I'm forfeiting my ability to get collectivized with other men. Hold
You're
on a
not-
second,
you're
dude.
literally
Hold
you're
on,
not
you-
forfeiting
hold
it.
on a
You
second.
can vote and then be dissatisfied with the government and rebel.
That's
You're
right.
not forfeiting
That's
it.
right. Hold
Why
on.
are you saying this?
No, because you can do that at any time. Men can do that at any time. Look, hold on a
So
second.
you're not forfeiting anything, you idiot. Oh my god, the Incel Rebellion. Oh my god, Lucy. True.
Hold on a second. If I vote and I feel disenfranchised or lied to, I could still do two things, right? I could either rebel or I could vote again. The next time, right? Mm-hmm. There's two choices. I'm saying every time you vote, you're choosing not to do violence. I'm not saying you can't do violence the next time around. I'm saying in that instance, you're choosing to vote instead of violence, right? Yes. Great.
Again, hold on.
Let me run the
40
argument.
for 40, 40
Let me
for 40.
run the line.
I can't because all you're doing is building this like really silly
I am building
narrative.
a strong argument against
You're
you.
not
You're
building
trying to stop it.
Okay.
You're trying to block.
That's not a strong argument at all. It's a demented argument, actually.
Well, this is the issue, right? We get to like dialogue means we both get to
A
talk.
line of argument, you
Jim
need
Bob,
to accept
if I
it.
don't get to respond to anything and you just keep like prattling,
You already
I
agreed.
guess I
Okay.
can leave and you
Stop.
can talk to
Now
my
try
chair.
to stall. Go ahead.
Do you want to talk to my chair or do you want to talk to me?
Try to stall the line of argument.
Okay, the issue is that when you're simplifying this to like voting is just an agreement not to rebel is a massive reduction of what voting is.
Doesn't make it not true.
What it actually does is it bakes a half truth into something to
What's
build
the true part?
The true part is that to some degree you're conferring your authority as an individual to the
right.
broader
Yeah,
society.
that's right.
But the issue is that it's not like every single time you're saying I'm not doing violence.
No, every time you vote, whether you know it or not, you're making an agreement that you're not going to rebel, and you're actually trusting that the government, with its force and its processes and its legislation,
That is such a stupid line of argumentation.
branch and all of that is going to do its thing in favor of your vote. When it doesn't, you either vote again or you throw a fit, and sometimes that starts a war, right? That happens in history. The reason
When has it happened? Give me an example of when it happened. Give me those historical examples of people being unhappy with the vote and a war starting. Give it to me. Shoot me with the examples. I welcome them, okay? Anyone in the chat, give me examples of those people that were unsatisfied with the vote and just a war starting.
I'm asking you to accept this premise is because if it's the case, even from a reduced view, that men, when they vote, forfeit their collective potential to overthrow the government.
Gen 6 was a war. That was a war. The MAGA war, the MAGA civil war of Gen 6.
Government or even try. I'm asking you, what do women forfeit when they vote?
The same thing.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Women
Yes,
can't
they do.
overthrow a government.
Of course they can.
No,
because-
they
Wow.
can't. Tell me one
This guy is just so stupid.
time a collection of women overthrew a collection of men. Ever.
That is not.
Ever.
Hold on. You're
No,
making
you
a false
said-
dichotomy.
you said
making
it.
a false
No,
dichotomy.
you said
If
it.
you're going to engage in fallacy,
Okay, so you're going to make a claim, and then I'm going to ask you to justify it, and you can't.
You're making a false dichotomy.
Tell me one time, collection of women
False dichotomy.
overthrew a collection of men.
False dichotomy. I can't
What
engage
do you
in
mean?
this.
A collection of men, what the fuck?
False dichotomy.
You're making it sound like I am saying that women are overthrowing men and that it's this zero-sum game between the sexes, when in reality, when it comes to civil war, especially with guns as the great equalizer, civil war means a participation typically of men and women. It's oftentimes women in support roles like doing aid, but they can also participate in the front lines.
Do you need them as support roles, or can you have men as support roles?
It's usually going to be better to have women in support roles because you want...
You have men in support roles, yes. Yeah, you in fact have men in support roles, yeah. You're an idiot if you think you don't. Like... God, this is so...
Yes, you do. This is why women are always used as nurses, because men are better at the front line, and so it's better to have the support roles filled by women.
Cool. So can a bunch of nurses overthrow the government?
Yeah, if they all collectivized, sure, theoretically. Of course they could. Of course a bunch of nurses could
theoretically. A bunch of nurses can collectivize and take over a bunch of military expert men. You heard it here.
Yeah, because a bunch of guys could also just defeat the military and take over the government. Yeah. Yeah, they would not be crushed like a grape by the military. Yeah, a bunch of men would just take their guns and overthrow the United States military. What kind of deluded scenarios are we discussing now? Like, seriously, like, come on. Does this guy think that we're living in medieval time? I don't even know what. Like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, what the hell? What is happening? Yes, men are just voting because otherwise they will take their guns and rebel and crush the US military and take over the government. You know, just like on January 6th, the famous war. Marius started a civil war to overturn the result of the 87 BC consular election. Okay, I'm actually asking of an example of that happening in a modern state, but thank you for the example. Yes. Like, a woman can get over a bunch of nurses. Would a bunch of nurses overthrow the US military? Yeah, because a bunch of guys with guns would definitely defeat the US military. That would definitely happen. Yeah, of course. Oh, God. Yeah, your guns would do you much good if, you know, the tanks would roll in. Oh, God.
That's how delusional feminism is.
Again, false dichotomy. This is not what I said.
Can a collection of women...
Can a collection of people overthrow the government?
No. Women.
Yes.
Yeah, can a collection of guys overthrow the US government? This is why every civilian needs their own personal tank. Yeah, and FPV drone and many other types of drones, right? Every citizen needs their own personal fleet of drones to be able to overthrow the government at a moment's notice. Jesus Christ. This guy's so stupid. I don't even know what to say.
Can a collection of pure women who are nurses overthrow a collection of men?
Again, are we doing a zero-sum game where you're saying...
Can you answer the question?
You know what? If they were all armed to the brim, if they all had a collection of drones to pilot at the collection of men, then yes. I can give you parameters in which the collection of pure women would definitely crush the collection of pure men, because we have... conveniences of our modern time that do not discriminate based on the sex. You don't have to be a guy to operate a drone, okay? So there you go. Wow, we got it. We got into the super stupid conversation. We're only like 59 minutes into this demented debate. Lucy, you know what it reminds me now? Have you ever watched the Adventure Time show? So there was an episode about the Goblin Kingdom where they needed a king, which is going to tell them not to rebel. True. Jesus. It's Adventure Time. Can a group of pure women defeat a group of pure men in arm wrestling contests? How much of a tough guy do you have to be a drone operator? But women can drive, so maybe they cannot pilot a drone. Oh, gosh. If you like what I do, if you enjoy this spectacle, then, you know, I'm still gathering money for the doctor, so help me, I guess. Help me.
100 women who are nurses overthrow 100 men who are not nurses.
This is like 100 men versus gorilla at this point. No, in a
100 men versus a gorilla. I mean, true. Yes, it is. Actually, unironically. I've been hit with this. Moho, when she was here, she asked me who would win, 100 men or a gorilla. Power scaling.
in a bare fist
Cool.
fight to fist fight,
Has
women
there-
are weaker
great,
than men.
great,
This is retarded,
great.
Jim Bob.
So if they're
because
weak-
this isn't how the world
I don't even have to say anything now.
works.
Yes, it is.
When
It's
comes to
exactly how the
civil
word-
war,
no, it's exactly how it
Every major historical event is always a combination of effort from
It's
everyone.
not equal.
How much of a man do you have to be to throw a grenade?
I'm sorry. The reality is that everyone is participating
No,
when it comes
they're
to
not.
civil war.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Is
because
that
if
why
the
men
man
are
goes off-
drafted?
Yes, no, because if the man
Are women drafted? What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody's drafted anymore.
The draft
It's
still
over.
exists.
Not really.
Yes, it does.
Not really.
The draft still exists.
No, in
it's
the
not
Vietnam
active.
War, we basically overthrew the
No,
draft.
there's
We
no basic.
No, you can
No.
absolutely just elect out of the draft at any time.
No, you have to.
Jesus Christ Almighty! Yes, because civil war is. Why are you talking about the draft? You're talking about men rebelling against the government.
Sign up. You still have to
100 gorillas versus one grenade. Depends how piled up the gorillas would be.
sign up, first of all, and women don't. So the fact of the matter is, there's never a time in human history that you can point to where solely a collection of women took over a collection of men. Whereas,
Of course not. That's not what I'm advocating for. Jim Bob, I'm not holding on when all you're doing is making a straw man.
Is there a time in history where a group of men collectively took over a group of men?
Yeah.
Cool. What's the symmetry breaker between the two?
This is a non-point.
What is the symmetry breaker?
You're acting like gender is this zero-sum game, and it's just not. This isn't how history has worked.
Yes,
ever.
it is.
No.
All of history is based on force. All of it. All of it.
Do you think that when the military men go off, that women just have no role in any of their morale?
Nobody said for 500, Alex.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay.
No, I didn't say that.
This person's really stupid. I'm sorry.
I'm asking you, this is why I asked you. If men collectively, being that men can collectively take over other men, because it's happened in the past and it'll happen in the future, when we vote...
100 incels versus one pig.
We forfeit, we're basically agreeing. We're not going to collectivize and take up our AR-15s and take the government, or try to even, right? Cause a ruckus. If that's
Yeah, because a bunch of guys with IR-15s are gonna take over the United States. They're gonna just defeat the military. Yeah, the strong collectivized men are gonna start a war.
that men have. I'm asking you, what are women forfeiting? You say the same thing. No, it's not the same thing because women can't collectively do the same thing. So what is your leverage?
Guerrilla warfare.
The issue is, again, you're making this a zero-sum game where you're acting like men and women are these separate classes that are working independent. Unless you're a feminist like me, they can't.
Men and women are separate classes. I can demonstrate it right now.
They're separate classes.
Would you agree that this city we're in is largely dependent on men doing all of the service needs and all the brute strength work, sewage, plumbing, fixing roads? What makes this society actually function? Would you largely agree that it's mostly men?
No.
What the what?
No? Okay, cool.
If you want to say, well, hold on, Jim Bob.
women can be plumbers. What? Okay, being a plumber is not actually such a heavy lifting job if you have the right tools with the right leverage, but that's neither here nor there. Well, what?
You said, do you think it's men that make society function? And I would say, of course not. Of course, this is why this gender zero-sum game.
He's talking about men and women like some sort of RPG class. Yes, he is, ironically. But then women are two separate RPG classes. What the fuck? What the hell? Just a great way to sum it up.
Is so toxic. The reality, yes, because
is that another concept that has no basis in reality?
It's the same shit that feminists who are being gender opportunists are doing. Which is where
what the hell is happening? Oh my god! Yeah, but all of city workers are exclusively men. When I watched that Kherson documentary, and a city worker that was a woman was interviewed, that was just a lie. That was a figment of my imagination.
we're trying to act like if
reality
men
is toxic.
are doing good one. If men are doing something and women are doing something, it must be a zero-sum game, and they're just taking from each other. When the reality of all of history, this is what you were saying. No. The reality of all of history is it is a collection of people working together, fulfilling different roles to make
the
society
other
work.
feminist,
If you,
Oliver, that
Jimbo,
I debated, kept saying no.
You have to let me
no, I
finish
won't.
my
I don't need to let you finish.
statements.
Oliver said.
Oh, a conversation means you both get to talk. You don't get to talk for hours and then ask, "Are you done?" and then talk for a second hour. But actually, you're debating, which means someone is.
The same thing. When I distinguish the class between men and women, their ontology, their nature, and how they are different, historically different, what they do in society is different, the roles they play in society are different, the roles they play in war are different. When I point this out, Oliver and Kyla, is that your name? Kyla?
Do you want me to respond at this point? I don't even know.
They make it ambiguous. What do they say? People, society. No, that's not actually how it works. The leverage that men have right now, right? They could just take over towns if they wanted to. Women can't. The leverage
No, they couldn't. I'm sorry. The force of the state would crush men that would just try to take over cities. Are you an idiot? Oh my God! This cannot be real. Men could at any time just go and take over cities if they wanted to. No, you're stupid if you think that. He's like one slip up away from saying women aren't people. Like, I can't believe this guy actually thinks that a bunch of people with AR-15s could just go out there and start taking over cities. Sure. What a debate. What a roller coaster of... guy who doesn't understand what monopoly on violence is, and a person that just thinks feminism is basically done and it's just all about promoting femininity from here. Ooh, what is happening? What is happening? Resentment. What is happening here is a huge dose of resentment, I think. Is Brooks on? Feminism is when GDP. True, GDP is strong. Therefore, feminism is strong. Where's Brooks? On DMM. I don't see him. Well, never mind. Yes, I don't get to talk to... Oh, wait. Hello. There you go. Good Christ. I said hello. I've left my mark. This debate makes not really look good by contrast. Not exactly, but
that men have right now.
he's just a really stupid guy. Really, really stupid guy.
Not you.
If they didn't,
hold on.
if they
It's
didn't
not
show
you.
up to fix,
It's not Brian.
I
It's
don't
small.
care. I said men.
This is what I'm calling stolen valor, right? This idea that young, able-bodied men with a penchant for violence can do a thing like violently
Is that
overtake
true?
a city. Yeah.
Can I join in?
No, it's not true. I'm sorry to say, but in a modern state, a bunch of young guys with AR-15s actually cannot just go and take over cities and then take over the country. No, that's actually not how that works. The state would just send in the military, what have you, and crush those brave young men with a penchant for violence, okay? That is actually how that would end. And that is how historically that has ended many, many times. Believe it or not.
You could, but you're not going to. All
You
of
don't know
the
that.
rights, all of the values that you care
What are you
about,
talking about?
you're not going to be necessarily joining the Civil War.
This is not an
Do you think
argument.
old disabled
This
men
is not a counter.
are suddenly just not
Okay,
people
Kyla,
and part
this
of
is
this
not a
either?
counter.
This is why. Yes, it is.
No,
When
it's
you're-
not.
When you're treating
Did
men
you-
as a class.
How would you feel if
all
you
you're
ate breakfast
doing-
this morning?
All your what?
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Oh God. I'd be hungry.
Okay, cool. So you're capable. So the counter argument that Brian or myself won't or probably won't, you're just making shit up.
You're not. I'm not. You're not a police officer. You're not in the military. Brian is not in the military.
What?
Brian's not a police
I'm not
officer.
talking about that.
Yes, you are, because you're talking about violent penchant men willing
I
to do
didn't-
it,
Dude,
and that's not
are you not listening?
That's not you, and you don't get to
Are
steal
you
their
not
valor.
listening? I moved it off of the violence and I moved it into
What are they even talking about at this point?
the working sector. Okay? Hold on. Underwater welding, tunnel building,
You're not a good guy, pal.
road laying, erecting massive buildings with air conditioning so Kyla can go number 2 in a nice environment. This kind of stuff. The leverage for men is still actually right there present. If they stopped working, do you think a collection of women could take up all of those hard labor jobs and maintain society?
No, I've never
cool.
advocated for
So
that.
It depends. A lot of the things can just be done by machinery at this point. Like, a lot of the things that allow us to maintain society don't just depend on brute physical force. For digging, you have excavators, you have tools, and you don't really need a lot of physical strength to use them. Like, what is happening? Like, what sort of world does this guy imagine that we live in?
So they have leverage.
Can I respond at
So
any
they
point,
have
or do you want me to
leverage
just keep
that
going
women
on?
don't have.
Well, women have tons of leverage because they're the ones.
What sort of thing in building, in construction? Name me a job in construction that a woman could not do. At all, no matter what.
having your children.
They're not. They're killing off their children because of feminism.
They are having your children. You obviously need women to have children.
Not feminists.
You obviously, Jim. Do you
What? Pre-Civil War, First, Second World War, pre-drone warfare logic. I assume this guy ain't seen Ukrainian FPV drone footage. No, as in... Actually, it's interesting that you said that, because I actually used the drones. I actually used drones as an example as well, so I guess we're on the same wavelength. This is...
Non-feminist.
You have to be. Have you considered, Vladimir, that to be a drone operator, you have to be a strong, physically fit man with a penchant for violence?
You gotta engage with me here. Do you need women to have children?
Yes.
Okay, great. So women are the ones raising your children. They're having your children. They're taking care of all of like the nursing. They're taking
Only
care of
men can operate drones, Vladimir. It's a known fact. Chat, have any of you played the new Doom? What new Doom? There's a new Doom? What? There is a new Doom? I'm missing out on so many games. I am missing out. That's okay. Is this a joke, Lucy? No, it's actually not. It's actually not. If there's a new Doom game, I had no idea. So actually, no. I had no clue. Yeah, and it has required ray tracing. Well, I cannot run it then. It's mandatory ray tracing, so good luck running it. I cannot run it then. Gonna have to donate for me to buy a new rig, I guess. I need to upgrade the GPU. I might need to upgrade everything on this little baby boy.
The elderly, they're doing the dominant amount of
Yeah, the Christian
volunteer work,
traditional
like
ones are.
feeding.
No, Lucy, there's a plenty of angry Ukrainians who this is their job for me. I'm just paying taxes and people laughing on the internet. But they're all men, Vladimir, so your point has been defeated. It looks like a bit of a messy lunch, but I still want to try it.
Feeding the poor for
Yeah.
free. They're doing the dominant work.
Also, I'm still gathering money for my doctor's appointment tomorrow. So if you still like what I do, if you still would like to support me having the money to go to the doctor tomorrow, then consider going to this page and donating or subscribing. Thank you. I need the doctor because I don't have hormones anymore. And the doctor said that if he doesn't take a look at my blood work, then I won't be able to get yes, you know what I mean. I have to go to the toilet again because my testosterone blocker causes a lot of peeing to happen. Hello, Greater, and oh my god, you're back. Welcome, Greater, and yeah, I'm still doing this debate. I'm still doing this amazing feminist debate. Greater, and I'm so glad to see you. What happened? Before I go to the toilet, I'm gonna wait for you to tell me what you have to say, and then I'm gonna go to the toilet. Also, how much RAM? What are your PC specs, CPU and current GPU? How do I check? I can check while I wait for Greater Range. How do I check my specs again? Gosh, I'm gonna have to. How do I use spec C? Oh, I have. Okay. No, I don't. I have to download it. I don't know. How do I check my specs? My goodness, wait. How to check my specs on my PC? Crater and gave Emily a tier 1 subscription. They said, here's a small contribution. See, I just got paid, so here's money before I'm broke again. Thank you so much. I'm gonna use this for a doctor. Thank you. You understand me. Vladimir, let me check. Mój Okay. System components, yeah? No. How close are you to your goal, if I may ask? Of course you can. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna get on PayPal. I'm gonna tell you exactly how far I am along. Okay, so I've got right now I've got 222 zlotys and I need 400 zlotys. Okay. Panel. Oh, control panel. Okay, we're in the control panel. I'm in the control panel. Before I go to the toilet. Control panel. Hardware and sound, yeah? No. Thank you for the $5, Jordan. Oh, there you go. System information. All right, there you go. Hardware components. So memory. GeForce GTX 1070. Storage. Is 400 the same as 300 USD? 400 is the same as 100 USD. I just need $100 USD total to be able to go to the doctor. Actually, $300 is 1,200 zlotys. So 400. You basically, give or take, usually divide the dollar by 4 and you got the zloty. You need 4 zlotys to get $1. So you take the amount of dollars and you divide it by 4 and you get Polish zloty. So my goal is to gather $100 tonight. CPU. Let me check. What CPU? I'm trying to find it. Where do I find the CPU? Are you still drawing emotes? Yes, I do. I am still drawing emotes. $5 per one. I do still. Yep. Oh, there you go. Also, Dylan is back from the front, Lucy. Can you imagine that? Got dog content incoming. I can imagine that, yeah. I can imagine that indeed. So what was it? The Intel R100 Series C 230 series chipset family thermal subsystem A131. Is that it? Intel 100 series C230 series chipset family SM boost A123. It's not a new computer. It's actually at this point a pretty old computer. I mean, this computer has at least a few years on its belt, under its belt, okay? At this point, it's at least 5 years old. God, it's more than 5 years old. Like, it's 7 or something, or 8. Who knows? Something like that. This computer has aged. I'll be right back. Should start a new fundraiser for a new rig. It's more than 5. Like, this computer was bought definitely before 2020. Maybe I'll ask my brother. He's going down. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. I'll ask him. I'll tell you how old this computer is when I'm back. Back. So I should start a new fundraiser to get a new rig, is what you're telling me, basically. I think this computer was assembled in 2018, so 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 7 years, I guess. Give or take 7 years this computer has. Assuming it wasn't assembled in something like 2017, and it's rather than 18. You'll do a happy rising in Abba? Yes, I will. I will do any emote you want. In fact. Alright, I'm back. And we're back in business. And I'm gonna... You know. But yes, I am glad that there will be more documentaries going out about the war in Ukraine. I am happy about this. For any more of Ryzen, okay, I'll do it. E3 or i5? Maybe. Maybe. How to okay. Okay, so my CPU is Intel Core i7 6700K CPU. Yes. Here you go. This is what I've got. Intel Core TM i7 6700K CPU. 4 gigahertz. Yee, I'm gonna do it, Snare Mori. Oh my gosh. So that is indeed the CPU. We have managed to disclose the secret. A7, that's better than mine. Oh. Well, it still will not run all the new games. Alrighty.
Are they feminists?
Some of them.
No, the ones having most of the children are feminists. Get out of here.
Well, that's
How do you even check if a person that has many children is a feminist or not? How exactly would you go around testing that? I mean, to have to a 14th century i9. Yes, GPU has all the horsepower. What's my GPU? I'm gonna tell you my GPU next, I guess. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070, but you already knew that. And I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, which is not a lot.
what
Is the debate about feminism?
Jim Bob.
Is the debate about feminism? You're now watch. She conceded before that the best thing for the family is a traditional-looking family, right? That's more reflective of a Christian view, Christian praxis, not a feminist one. That's anti-feminist. When I asked her, should feminism push against that traditional family value? She moved over to another topic. Now when I ask her about the roles in upkeeping society, right, whether or not they're equal between men and women, she concedes that they're not, right? But then she points to duties, right? I agree. Hold on.
These are
duties
not
of
duties.
Yes. Oh, so it's not? Okay, cool.
Working the sewer is not a duty.
It's not a duty, okay.
No, it's not a duty, but it is a job that some people unfortunately elect
so
into,
how
right?
do you...
Being a mom is not a duty. It's a good thing to
How
do,
do you...
I mean, women can do sewer jobs. It's not something like a woman cannot do.
advocate for rights, whether it's men or women, and not advocate for the duty to defend those rights?
You don't. I've never disentangled these two things.
What?
What?
I want human rights. I want women's rights. But we have a duty.
Jim, breathe.
Do we have a duty to give people rights?
You gotta let me respond, Jim.
Do we have a duty to give women rights?
Okay, we're gonna watch some more of this, and then I think we will be done, because I don't think we can get much more out of this. I'm not sure if we can get much more out of this little spectacle.
From your view,
you personally don't. No.
Does anyone have a duty to grant you rights?
What do you mean by that?
Rights are a set of behaviors that are permitted.
No.
Yes, they are.
Rights are not behaviors that are permitted. They're
Really?
they're prerequisite behavior that we think that everyone should have access to. Rights are.
What? They're permitted. Can you use force to not permit a behavior?
Yes.
Give me one right that the government couldn't actually prohibit.
Faith.
Faith? You have a right to believe in something in your head?
You have a right. Yeah, you have a right. Freedom of religion. The government,
cool.
no matter what, can't take your ability to believe in
To
God.
think, yeah, to think. Great. That's one thing that you call a right. I would say that's more of a duty or an internal working.
What is
duty? What the fuck? What? Well, you're not fulfilling your duty, dear sir. You're not fulfilling your duty to think. So you have failed.
duty mean to you then? Like
An obligation.
Well, this is the thing. You're unironically equivocating, because duty started as like specific things that you must do.
Is believing God a women's right?
It's religion. It has nothing to do with it.
Look, you're coming to the table specifically with feminism, so you're pointing to rights specific to females that maybe men have and women don't. So when I'm asking you the question,
when we get into
should
civil
women...
rights-
Does this guy watch What If Alt Hist? This is very possible.
Let's say voting. Is that all right?
So we have 258 złotys now. We have 258 złotys now, and we need 400. So we basically only need 150 złotys. 150 złotys left needed. Cool. Coolio.
Is voting a right?
Yes.
Okay. Can men take away your vote?
Yes.
Okay, so they can take away your right.
And by men, you mean the state, which is not the same. This is stupid.
But again, it's not men, it's the enforcement arm.
Can the enforcement arm...
The enforcement arm. Just say the state. What the fuck? The enforcement arm. What am I listening to?
Well, this is an important
Unbelievable.
distinction. No, this is a fundamental distinction, because every single time you say
Can the
men...
enforcement arm be made up of rabbits?
Every single time...
Can the enforcement arm be made up of rabbits?
Do you think... So say, for example, you've got a society, and the entire enforcement arm is made up of a slave caste. Maybe it's
Cool.
a society where it's all black people. Does that mean black people run the society?
Why can only black people be slaves?
This is a weird world in Narnia where only black people...
That's weird.
It's not weird.
That's weird.
It's not weird, Jim Bob, to reference black people being slaves. That's like one of the most standard historical things. That doesn't mean it's good. Nice try, though.
Well, if they serve as the
continue.
enforcement
Hold
arm,
on.
it might be good.
Okay, so if...
Oh my god. Just a few more minutes of this and then we're done.
If, say, we have a world, and white people have all of the control...
We do have a world, yeah.
They're in the governance, but the entire enforcement arm is a slave caste of black people. Would you say then that black people run society in that society?
I would say black people have a chance, and they actually demonstrate...
Hold on, that's not what I asked you. Do black people run the society?
Not currently, but they could actually fight it.
So in this world, do black people run society?
No, but they could fight and actually run it.
But couldn't the white people just fight and...
Yeah, that's white and black. We're talking about men and women. Duh.
Okay, so you realize...
Talking about men versus men? You prove my point? If you swap out the blacks and their women slaves, guess what? Can the women actually change the nature of the world? No, but the group of black men
Of course
could.
they can.
They couldn't?
Yeah, they...
Oh, you're going to fight a bunch of men?
No, they get to sexually select who they're going to be with. They get to
Oh,
decide
really?
who has progeny.
That's not true.
Women don't get to select
No,
who
not
they
in a
have sex
slave
with.
situation. What are you talking about?
We're not talking about the slave
You
situation
just
anymore.
brought up a slave
Yeah, and
situation.
then you moved on beyond that to
No, I
go back
didn't.
to the... Yes,
No, I
because we were
didn't.
talking about blacks and whites, and then you moved on to men at a broader category.
I kept the slave...
Oh my god. I think I heard enough. I think, okay, we're gonna listen to the equated force bit and then we're gonna move on because
slave situation.
I have heard
Replace
enough.
the black slaves with women, right? In your example, you said, who's running the show? Well, the one who has the most force. That's who's running the show. Hold on a second.
Black people.
Hold on a second. In a scenario where there's an oppressor, a strong arm, and a group of men who are the weak arm, the winner
Weak
is the
arm,
one with
strong
the most
arm.
force, correct? So the black people, right, in this case, in this scenario,
Or the best tactics.
can take over it with
Well,
force.
actually, that's a really good point, right? When you look at, for example, wars, it's not always just the one that has the best force that wins. Israel and the Six-Day War is a really good example of a country that was positioned against all of the Arab nations. They technically had less force, but they had superior mind, and so they won, right? So this idea that it's just blunt force that wins out in these
No,
things
no
is
one's
the
saying-
most. That is what you are saying.
look,
you just
What? What the fuck? What?
said, Jim Bob, pause. You just said between these two arms, whichever one has more force wins.
Let me
And the
just-
answer
let me
is
just
that's
fix
not
this for you.
entirely true.
Let me
It's
just fix this
actually
for
it's
you.
actually who's most.
Can I fix this for you? If there's two groups of two military groups and they're both equally smart, if the one who's smart, just as smart as the other, has superior force, who's going to likely win?
Yeah, sure. In the case where like tactics are identical.
So force is the actual decider.
No, because
Yeah, but force has in war nothing to do with, like, I'm sorry, but missiles, drones, stuff like that. Those are the deciding factors in wars now, not being a strong man that can bend a plate of steel.
You just agreed.
No,
You
because
just agreed.
Give me an actual real life example where force is perfectly equated.
What do you mean perfect?
Artillery shells.
Perfectly equated.
You're saying if tactics was perfectly equated,
Yeah.
then force wins. Give me a situation.
Boxing?
The power is never perfectly equated in boxing.
You just said, give me a potential example where it's equated, and then the more powerful one wins over the tactic.
No, typically in boxing, it's oftentimes like most of the greatest boxers. A lot of times are people who are incredibly talented and tactical.
The point-
right? Like Mike Tyson wasn't just good because he
Kyla,
punched really hard. He was also really
I
good because he had
understand.
good weave. He had good footwork, and he
Could he
also
win
had.
I mean, he also punched really hard. Let's be honest. Mike Tyson just punched really hard. Many people could not just like were KO'd by his strong punch.
Without the
powerful
power?
punch. Yeah, I think like
Really?
Floyd Mayweather is a good example of somebody who doesn't have a
Of course, boxing is the stupidest thing that you could compare to warfare, but whatever.
super strong punch. He's
In
not.
boxing-
Hold on, you didn't let me finish. Floyd Mayweather is a great example of somebody who doesn't have a high level of force. They're not the strongest guy out there, but they have incredible footwork and they're insanely
And how do you-
fast, and so he still wins all of his fights.
One thing really quick here, guys. We've got to take a brief break for little chats to come through. If you want your chat to be read, we're doing
Oh, I feel like not sorry that is getting agitated.
streamlabs.com/whatever. We're going to do $99 and up for those. We have Intel Wild here. Thank you, Intel. Appreciate it.
Intel Wild donated
My buddy.
$100. W Jim Bob. Dolls in the chat. And not so bright, stop showing us your armpits. Gross.
Okay, this guy.
Okay.
Do you know the armpit meme about me?
No.
So I have a neck injury, so when I was streaming, I would often go like this because it relieves like pressure in my
I
neck,
see.
which means Intel Wild probably watches me.
He's a fan.
Because it's like a niche. It's a niche meme about me.
Wow.
Oh wow, incredible. Why would you say that? That is so. Why? Why would you say? Why do this? Why do this to yourself?
There you go.
There you go. We discovered it, and you made like $300 from him tonight. So
Something like
You're
that.
welcome.
He's a Kyla enjoyer.
This is the happiest part of her day. True.
Okay, we have Chef Dill Pickles. Thank you, man.
Chef Bill Pickles
Thank you,
donated
appreciate it.
$100. Erudite, you said that women should have barriers removed to allow them to choose what they want. Tell me, do you think we should have listened when the majority of women said they didn't want suffrage?
You want to respond to that one?
yeah, probably then we shouldn't have been like forcing women to have the vote. They should have won it through like persuasion. I think the suffragettes were kind of shitty. I just think that we inevitably would have resulted in a situation where women have the vote.
All right, and then we have Giovanni. He's back also. Giovanni, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Giovanni J.
Oh my God! One after the other, people just donate $100. Someone could donate 100 here, so that I can go to the doctors. Actually, I need far less than 100 at this point. We are almost there with the fundraiser. Okay, I'm gonna stretch my bones and I'm gonna ask you, do you want me to continue this or do you want me to move on to something else? Continue or move on. This is your choice. This is your domain right now. Demesne, if you will. Demsene. This is your Demsene. This is your chance. Move on, says Incub. Okay. One person said move on. Anyone else? Anyone else wants to say anything to me? Snare says a frog with a cross, which I have no clue if that means to move on or to stay with this. I have no idea. I'm making good progress on my painting. Also, I vote move on. Okay, let's just move on then. It's gonna be a segment, I guess. Let's look at some news. Let's oh, we're gonna, okay, this is a good one to go to. All right, Trump and Putin both skip. Aww. Polish city to open first high-tech intensive care clinic for pets. As a pet owner, as a fresh pet owner, I want to read about this. For once, wholesome news. Move in. For once. Russia sends jet to escort sanctions-busting ship in Baltic, Estonia. What the fuck? Zelensky complains about no respect. Bucharest mayor overtakes nationalist frontrunner in Romania's presidential race, Paul. Oh, I like this news. Okay. This confusion in Istanbul as Putin sends B team to peace talks. Oh, we're gonna be talking about these things. Poland signs deal for 10,000 kamikaze drones to boost military strength. That's not a big amount. Zelensky accuses Russia of sending dummy delegation to Turkey peace talks. 5 dead, 3 injured after van plows into lorry outside Polish capital. Oh, Jesus. Of course. Oh. Anything else? Russian airplanes breaches Estonian airspace. Whoa, man. Okay, we're gonna start with the good news. I wanna read about it. It's been just bad news. Alright. Look at this little pupper. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. The southwestern Polish city of Wrocław plans to open Central Europe's first high-tech 24-hour intensive care clinic to help save the lives of seriously ill animals. Oh my god, my cats would have been still alive if they had access to this. Like, do you know what most of my cats were missing to be kept alive? Dialysis. If my cats had access to dialysis, they would have lived a lot longer and happier lives, okay? Instead, they died in agony. But I should not turn good news into a moment to, talk about negativity. I should be celebrating the good news, rather. I feel like I take every opportunity to turn even good news into... This unique project will raise the standard of animal care, providing life-saving help around the clock, when every minute counts, said Wrocław Mayor Jacek Sultryk. Advanced equipment on hand will include hemoperfusion machines to treat poisoning, sepsis, autoimmune diseases, and organ failure. The clinic, expected to open at the start of next year, is a team-up between local officials and the University of Environmental and Life Sciences in Wrocław. The university has already allocated more than 500,000 zlotys, 117,000 euro for the project. Demand for veterinary care is growing in Poland amid a rise in pet ownership. Yeah, I know, right? I'm a pet owner. I have gotten a pet. According to FEDIAF, the European pet food industry trade body, Poles had over 8 million dogs and 7 million cats in 2022. This marked an increase from 2010, when there were some 7.3 million dogs and 5.5 million cats. Wow. Jesus. So I guess if Fido gets really ill, I'll be able to drive him to Wrocław and get him the care that he needs. Isn't that great? Like, putting aside the fact that for the longest time, if you really wanted specialized care for difficult cases, you needed to go abroad. You needed to go somewhere far away abroad. But now we will have this super cool facility. Hopefully it will also offer dialysis, because a lot of animals are dying because of kidney related stuff, and dialysis is not an option for them. That was the case for most of my cats. They were just slowly wasting away. This just feel very sad thinking about it. What a depressing state of affairs. But look, now we'll be able to finally get some better care. I wonder what, like, this has not been discussed here, but I just wonder how expensive this high-level 24 hours per day care will be. Will this be like, this has to be super expensive. I'm just putting it out there. Like, taking care of animals is extremely expensive, and veterinarian care is also extremely expensive. So it's good that it'll be here, but I expect the threshold of payment to be pretty high, to be quite honest with you. What do you think? Do you agree with me? Do you disagree with me? You think I'm full of it? Do you think I am full of it? Oh, what do you think? Hold on. Oops. I think you're right. Yeah, I'm always right. About everything. Alright, let's go to the topic at hand, which I love talking about. The whole peace talks thing, which is ridiculous. But you know what? Let's talk a bit about it a bit. Why not? After all, I am the let's see. I am the resident Slav. I like this. Confusion. Oh, I like this. Trump and Putin skip Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. So basically what's been happening was, I'm gonna give you a TLDR, okay? That there has been this coalition of the eager, coalition of the willing, 5 leaders from European countries meeting in Kyiv. They've been discussing the war, they've been discussing what to do, and Ukraine has sort of demanded a ceasefire, and Putin in turn has said, let's not have a ceasefire, let's talk directly in Turkey. And the European countries have issued an ultimatum, a super important ultimatum, and that ultimatum was, we demand that you agree to a ceasefire before these direct talks even happen, okay? We are pressuring, they talked to Trump, they supposedly pressured Trump to pressure together with them Russia to agree to a ceasefire before the direct talks between Ukraine and Russia in Turkey. And then Trump seemingly changed his mind and told Ukraine, no, just forget about a ceasefire. Let's just jump into the negotiations directly. Like, this is a great opportunity for peace, and you have to take it. You have to do those direct talks. You have to. Which stunned the European leaders because they still don't know what kind of man Donald Trump is, and their credibility and believability was completely shattered. In fact, to save face, the European leaders have said, oh, the deadline for the ceasefire is up. Well, the deadline has been extended, okay? We're really gonna get serious now. If you don't agree to the ceasefire, we're gonna so super sanction you if you don't gonna do it. So you've got now a new deadline, and if you're not gonna meet it, then we're totally gonna do something about it this time. So that's the situation. In the meantime, Ukraine has told to Vladimir Putin, okay, we can have those talks. You have to come in person. You have to talk to Zelensky in person in Turkey. Then maybe we can talk. And also, while that was happening, Trump has very sort of has mentioned, hey, maybe I'll drop in for these talks. Who knows? I'm busy with stuff. So, you know, maybe I will jump in. Maybe I'll drop in. Maybe I'm not gonna drop in. And the final result is the headline: Trump and Putin to skip Ukraine peace talks in Turkey. No show. So, whoops. Whoopsie daisy, I guess. This is... and of course, a dummy team is sent. US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin indicated they would not attend what could be the first direct peace talks between Moscow and Kyiv in 3 years on Thursday, with the Kremlin sending instead a group of experienced technocrats, so a team of dummies. And I think Trump is planning to send Witkov and Kellogg. So nothing's gonna come out of it. I believe this is another stalling tactic by Russia. Russia does not want peace. People should come to terms with that. Europe should grow some spine and actually try to pressure Russia, because God knows the United States is never gonna do it. And unless Europe grows some balls and does something more drastic than saying, we're extending your deadline, this time we're really gonna do something if you don't meet it. Like, all of this is gonna end really, really badly. Like, since the beginning of Trump's term, everything has been going Russia's way, and that should not be the case. What happened to the art of the deal? What happened to ending the war in 24 hours? What happened to ending the war before taking office? What happened to ending the war in half a year, 100 days? What happened to wanting the deaths to end? What happened to all that? Well, nothing, because Trump doesn't really care. Trump does not give a damn. As I've said before, the only thing that Trump really cares about is normalizing the relationship with Russia. Putin on Sunday proposed direct negotiations with Ukraine, and that is the most interesting thing. Putin was the person to propose those direct talks, but he refuses to attend them. He refuses to attend the talks that he proposed to begin with. This is the amount of seriousness that I guess he takes this, okay? That this is the extent of the seriousness that this whole peace talk is given to by Vladimir Putin. Without any preconditions. Late on Wednesday, the Kremlin said the delegation would include Presidential Advisor Vladimir Medinsky and Deputy Defense Minister Alexander Fomin, but Putin's name was not on the list. After the Kremlin's delegation announcement, a US official said Trump, who is on a 3-nation tour of the Middle East, would not attend. The US leader had said earlier that he was considering the option to participate. But of course, he won't. Of course, this is not treated seriously. This is just an opportunity for Russia to buy more time and continue the war, continue terrorizing Ukrainian people, continue to push at the front line to gain more territory. While Putin had never confirmed he would attend in person, the absence of the Russian and US presidents lowers the expectations for a major breakthrough in the war that Russia started in February 2022. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had challenged Putin to attend the talks if he is not afraid, in an apparent contest to show Trump who wants peace more, Ukraine or Russia. This is not a question at this point anymore. Everybody should understand at this point that Russia just simply does not want peace. It is in Russia's interest to continue this war. From the standpoint of economy and from the standpoint of prestige and sort of keeping the regime going, really. Vladimir Putin has to present this as a Russian victory to his people. And also there's the fact that, the projections for Russian economy are that Russian economy will be in a bad spot, whether it stops the war or not. And many citizens are pro-war because of the big amount of payment being given to widows and family members of the deceased soldiers. And a lot of oligarchs are also pro-war because they further their different interests throughout this war. While the Kyiv leader was on his way to Turkey late on Wednesday, a Ukrainian official said he would take part in the talks only if Putin attended. In his nightly video address on Wednesday, Zelensky said that Ukraine would decide on its steps for peace talks in Turkey once there was clarity on Putin's participation. And this is the statement. The answers to all questions about this war, why it started, why it continues, all these answers are in Moscow, Zelensky said. How the war will end depends on the world, and the world does not seem to want to adopt a firm stance when it comes to ending this war. It just doesn't seem to me. The West is divided more than it was before. The United States basically doesn't care, basically is bailing, basically is removing itself from the whole equation. The European Union is not completely united on the issue, especially when you consider Hungary's and Slovakia's attempts to undermine aid, support, and sanctions against Russia. It's not a good situation. It's actually a really bad situation all around. I am unfortunately not very optimistic about what's happening. Trump wants the two sides to sign up to a 30-day ceasefire to pause Europe's biggest land war since World War II. And a Russian lawmaker said on Wednesday there could also be discussions about a huge prisoner of war exchange. Zelensky backs an immediate 30-day ceasefire, but Putin has said he first wants to start talks at which the details of such a ceasefire could be discussed. So that is it. That is the... There was one more interesting article. Confusion in Istanbul as Putin sends B team to peace talks. Lucy, I finished the painting. Show it. Show it to me. Show me the painting. As my finances are, as I'm working on the financial part. Yeah? Are we going anywhere with? I sent it to you in Discord DM. Oh, it's a beautiful bird. I do like it. Watercolors? Or no? I like the bird, yeah. It is nice. I feel like watercolors, but maybe I'm wrong. Beautiful. When I attended a lesson for watercolor, I've been taught a really interesting technique in which you put watercolor paint on the paper and then you sort of pick up the paper and you control how the water color flows on the paper, and then you paint like this. You don't always paint with your brush, but you sort of at first take the paper and you let the paint flow, and you control the flow over the paper as you create your painting. That's a very interesting technique. Should show chat. Okay. Will this work? There you go. I'm showing it. I'm showing the bird. The beautiful artwork by one of the chatters. How do you like? Yeah. Right, let's go to the confusion in Istanbul as Putin sends B team. Because it is a B team, because Putin doesn't care about peace. If he cared about peace, he would have attended personally, but he doesn't, so he won't. Russian President Vladimir Putin sent a second-tier team of negotiators to halt peace talks with Ukraine in Turkey on Thursday. So it's worse. It's worse than just him not showing. He is sending a subpar team. That is, again, I will repeat it. I've said it once, I will repeat it again. This is the amount of seriousness that he has for peace. That is the, basically, how much Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin wants peace. Spurring Kyiv's challenge to go there in person to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky. Putin's no-show plunged prospects for the talks, which would be the first since the early weeks of the war, into confusion. Russia said they would take place in Istanbul in the second half of the day, but Turkey said no meeting was scheduled yet. Yeah, this is, all of this is going well. Putin will not show, Trump will not show, a B-tier team was sent. Yeah, this definitely is not just Russia stalling for time and to, yeah, definitely not. US President Donald Trump on a tour of the Gulf told reporters there will be no movement on peace talks in the absence of a meeting between himself and Putin. Progress undermined? Whoa, no way. Who would have guessed? What progress? I'm going to be quite honest. What progress has been made? No progress has been made. Progress is just such a generous word. Like, there's been a lot of talking, chest puffing, false promises, and Trump has not been able even to achieve a ceasefire. Trump has not even been able to achieve a partial ceasefire. I'm astounded. I'm astounded by the fact that anybody could be using the word progress. Nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, Trump told reporters about aboard Air Force One before landing in Dubai. Is this already his new Qatar? Air Force One, the bribe plane? His comments seemed to further undermine the potential for diplomatic progress in Turkey. Then what's the point of even organizing this? Like, this is ridiculous. Trump dropped... Okay, this is the situation, and I feel like it's important to stress the ridiculousness of it. There was a meeting of 5 leaders of Europe in Kyiv, okay? They said, together with Trump, we will pressure Russia to agree to a ceasefire as a prerequisite for the Istanbul meeting. Okay? It's going to be a prerequisite. We're going to pressure Russia together for once. There's going to be not just pressure put on Ukraine, but there's going to be pressure also on Russia. But then Trump decided not to play and decided, no, actually, forget ceasefire. Let's just go and meet up in person. This is going to be a great chance. But then, after having said that, Trump basically said now, oh, by the way, I'm not going to go there, and there's nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together. So this whole thing was basically meaningless, and for no reason at all, Trump has broken rank from the European Union. Trump has decided to not pressure Russia at all, once again. So all of this was for nothing. All of this, the only result from this whole ordeal is that the European Union has shown itself to be toothless once more. That's the only thing, that's the only tangible result that comes out of this, that the European Union came out of it looking extremely weak, especially after they've prolonged the deadline for the ceasefire for Russia to agree to it. The warring sides have been wrestling for months over the logistics of ceasefires and peace talks while trying to show Trump they are serious about trying to end what he calls this stupid war. No, Russia has not been making any effort to show that it's serious. By what? By demanding the 4 oblasts adamantly, by making no concessions, by not willing to give even an inch. That's not trying to prove anything to Trump, actually. Hundreds of thousands have been killed and wounded on both sides in the deadliest conflict in Europe since World War II. Washington has threatened repeatedly to abandon its mediation efforts unless there is clear progress, which would be something that Russia would like. That is actually something that Russia is fighting towards, working towards. The corrective lineup. Zelensky arriving in Ankara described the Russian lineup of putting aides and deputy ministers as decorative. He said Ukraine would decide its next step after he had met Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan. We need to understand what kind of level the Russian delegation is and what mandate they have and whether they can make any decisions, he said. Russia said its team was in Istanbul and ready for a serious work, and accused Ukraine of trying to put on a show around the negotiations, which is ironic, to say the least, which is very funny coming from Russia. Asked if Putin would join talks at some future point, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, "What kind of participation will be required further? At what level? It is too early to say now. The Russian delegation is ready, and it is waiting in Istanbul." Pressure from Trump. Okay, let's see if there's any pressure from Trump. There was confusion in Istanbul where some 200 reporters were gathered near the Dolmabahçe's palace on the Bosphorus that the Russians had specified as the talks venue. Zelensky had goaded Putin earlier this week by questioning if he was brave enough to show up, the Kremlin says Putin, who is also under threat or even tighter European sanctions to suffocate Russia's economy, does not respond to ultimatums. The warring sides last held face-to-face talks also in Istanbul in March 2022, only weeks after Putin sent his army into Ukraine. After leaning heavily on Ukraine and clashing with Zelensky at an Oval Office meeting in February, Trump has shown increasing impatience with Putin in recent weeks and threatened additional sanctions to hit Russian trade. And yet, he has done nothing. The most that he has done is to say, "Vladimir, stop," or something like that, after cities have been bombed and children have been killed. So, yeah, that's some pressure. The reality of the situation is that there is absolutely no pressure, no significant pressure on Russia from the United States. The US president said on Thursday he would go to the talks in Turkey on Friday if it was appropriate. "I just hope Russia and Ukraine are able to do something. It has to stop," he said. Pathetic. It's just pathetic. I would argue that ever since Donald Trump has taken office, everything has gotten far, far worse when it comes to this war. Far, far worse. And I would put a lot of the blame for it on Trump's. Okay? On Trump. If the talks go ahead, they will have to address a chasm between the two sides over a host of issues. The Russian delegation is headed by presidential advisor Vladimir Medinsky, a former culture minister who has overseen the rewriting of history textbooks to reflect Moscow's narrative on the war. It includes a deputy defense minister, a deputy foreign minister, and the head of military intelligence. Key members of the team, including Medinsky, were also involved in the 2022 talks, an indication that Moscow wants to pick up where those left off. But the terms under discussion then, while Ukraine was still reeling from the initial Russian invasion, would be deeply disadvantageous to Kyiv. They included a Russian demand for deep cuts to the size of Ukraine's military. Oh yeah, Russia still wants Ukraine to demilitarize, of course, and wants to seize 4 oblasts apart from Crimea. With Russian forces now in control of close to a fifth of Ukraine, Putin has held fast to his long-standing demands for Kyiv to cede territory, abandon its NATO membership ambitions, and become a neutral country. Ukraine rejects those terms as tantamount to capitulation, because that is tantamount to capitulation, and is seeking guarantees of its future security from world powers, especially the United States, which it's not getting, because Trump once again primarily seeks to have good relations with Russia, so he won't guarantee any strong support for Ukraine. Empty chair. Zelensky backs an immediate 30-day ceasefire, but Putin has said he first wants to start talks at which the details of such a truce would be discussed. And then he decided not to go. Putin wants to talk, but Putin also does not want to do it in person. French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said Zelensky had shown his good faith by coming to Turkey, but there was an empty chair where Putin should be sitting. Putin is stalling and clearly has no desire to enter these peace negotiations, even when President Trump expressed his availability and his desire to facilitate these negotiations, he said. So, there you have it. There you have it. No ceasefire. The peace talks are a joke. In the meantime, Russia is bombing Ukraine more than ever. More civilians are dying. The situation at the front line is more difficult than ever. It's more children are being kidnapped than ever. Oh yeah, let's not forget about the kidnapping of the children. Oh, once I get our funds, I'm gonna go to Ukraine once again and have some more talks about the children with the organizations that I am in contact with. So look forward, I guess. So yes, that's a topic. Oof, not good, not good. Not good at all. Oops. What a joke. What a joke. Let's see what the Kyiv Independent has to say. It's a mess after all the hype. Ukraine, there was never any hype. Let's be quiet. Let's be brutally honest about this. There was never any hype. Like, for anyone that knows what's going on, it was pretty obvious what this whole Istanbul talk was about. I don't think anybody, realistically speaking, had any hype about this meeting. No. It's a mess after all, though. No, I refuse to use the word hype for this. The world's media descended on the Turkish city on May 15th, primed for something potentially historic. Oof, that was... okay, how naive can you be? Like, please, pattern recognition, okay? Pattern recognition should be... supposedly is a thing that humans have innately mastered, quote unquote, but I guess it's something that just gets turned off when it comes to political international relations, huh? The first direct talks between Kyiv and Moscow in 3 years, amid an international push to reach a full 30-day ceasefire. Oh, a push that Trump has decided to retreat from. Okay. Instead, reporters and correspondents were left hanging around in the springtime sun with little to report other than a slanging match between the two countries' foreign ministers. This is a negotiating farce, Hanna Hopko, co-founder of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, told the Kyiv Independent. It's already clear that Putin is mocking US President Donald Trump. You think? The talks in Istanbul were Russia's idea proposed by Putin on May 11th, in yet another attempt to distract from the fact that after exactly 2 months, the Kremlin is still refusing to agree to the full 30-day ceasefire that Trump originally called for. But it'll make a partial one happen, at least. And, I don't know, make sure that it's not broken 40 times. God damn. The Ukrainian position was clear from the beginning. Zelensky immediately said he was going to Istanbul. Of course, he wanted to see Putin, but the sham delegation, we've already talked about this. The Trump response, despite the rhetoric and glaring absence of Putin in Istanbul, Trump appeared to let the Russian president off the hook for not attending. Oh my gosh, what a shock. Wow. Donald Trump letting Russia off the hook and not exerting any pressure on it whatsoever? Color me surprised. I didn't think it was possible for Putin to go if I'm not there, he said during a visit to the United Arab Emirates on May 15th. Later, telling reporters, nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together. So, again, why did Trump push for this meeting, saying that it's a great opportunity to push for peace, knowing that he would not attend, and knowing that if he would not attend, Putin would also not attend, and that nothing would come of it? And why did he not at least continue to pressure Russia to agree to a ceasefire together with Europe? Not just asking questions. I'm just curious. Trump is already acting as Putin's lawyer. It's humiliating. It's a shame. For the journalists in Istanbul, many of whom had been in Antalya for the NATO foreign ministers meeting and then diverted for the talks, it was just about the biggest news of the day. In Kyiv, it sparked huge frustration. Well, it is what it is. America is losing its credibility, Hopko said, adding Trump is already acting as Putin's lawyer. It's humiliating. It's a shame. The worst part of all this is that when Russia is vulnerable, when its economy is cracking instead of pushing harder, the West is holding back. Putin will agree to talks and come to the negotiation table only when he's cornered, when he understands that the West has a united front with serious plans. So never, basically, I guess. With the current configuration of the West, that basically almost tantamounts to never. Kniazycki said Putin was simply trying and succeeding to keep Trump on side, hoping the opportunities to make money together with Putin will be more important to him in the long run. And you know what? Kniazycki is correct. Kniazycki is correct. It's like, that is my exact opinion, that to Trump, the business relations with Russia are far more important to him than any peace talks. Let's be honest about it. Others were more blunt. It's a mess. Alexander Merezko, a Ukrainian lawmaker and chair of the parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee, told the Kyiv Independent. Inside of Kyiv, seasoned Ukraine watchers question just how viable Putin's strategy is in the long term. What is interesting here, Ambassador Kurt Volker, a former US special representative for Ukraine, told the Kyiv Independent, is that the spotlight keeps getting brighter on Putin. It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. If Trump will keep playing lawyer for Putin, then it doesn't matter how bright the spotlight will be on Putin, because he'll be let off the hook time and time and time again. Until the US is willing to put any pressure off Russia, any spotlight won't matter. And actually, same goes for Europe for that matter. It cannot just be empty threats and moved deadlines. It has to be more. The US, Europe, Ukraine all call for ceasefire. Well, the US apparently does not call for a ceasefire because Trump said, meet and talk, ceasefire or not. The US, Europe, yeah, of course. The US and Ukraine say, okay, let's negotiate. And then Putin is a no-show. I don't know how much longer this can go on. And so, Hopko, Kniazycki, and Merezko all warned of what the letter described as a trap being laid by the Kremlin both on May 15th and in the days leading up to it. The setting of a benchmark for negotiations based on those it set at the last talks held in the early months of the full-scale war in 2022, which amounted to Ukraine's full capitulation, which is what, well, Russia has been very consistently pushing for that all this time, so it's no surprise that it would once again push for the same. Putin wanted to turn this into a continuation of the 2022 talks, and that's why he sent his aide Vladimir Medinsky, who was at the 2022 talks, to put forward all the same demands. And it continues here that leaked copies of Russia's demands at this time show that in 2022, Moscow was demanding Ukraine reducing its army to 50,000, 5 times less than the country had before the all-out war, as well as reduce the number of ships, helicopters, and tanks. Russia also plans to ban Ukraine from developing any other types of weapons as a result of scientific research, and not to produce, acquire, or deploy in Ukraine missile weapons of any type with a range of more than 250 kilometers. I assume this includes drones. The research and production, as well as leaving Ukraine defenseless. Russia now insists that as a condition for peace negotiations, Ukrainian troops must leave the country's Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia oblasts, all 4 of which Russia partially occupies, recognize Russia's annexation of Crimea, and abandon any ambition to join NATO. So yeah, perfect. Russia's low-level delegation awaits them. What those talks will lead to is anyone's guess. Skeptics will say they are probably just for show. Nevertheless, they are historic at any level. Yeah. But historic does not always mean good, okay? There are many historical events that are actually quite bad. So... there you go. It is a very sad state of affairs, but what exactly can we do? What can we do? The peace talks begin today. We're gonna see. The peace talks are supposed to begin today. We didn't oppose it. Rubio denies opposing Zelensky's participation at NATO summit. Level of Russian delegation not indicative of breakthrough in Istanbul peace talks, Rubio says. Oh, okay, interesting. U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio is directly contradicting Trump. U.S. State Secretary Marco Rubio said that meaningful progress would likely only come through a meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir. Oh no, never mind. So why was this thing even organized to begin with? Why did Trump insist that Ukraine goes to that meeting, ceasefire or not? Just beautiful. Okay. All right. I feel like, oh my goodness. My goodness, my throat is tired. How is everybody doing so far? Oh, Dr. Johns is not here. Dr. Johns has abandoned me. I never expected. Never expected to be abandoned by Dr. Johns of all people. Of all people. Oh well, it is what it is. It happens. A very sad development, but what am I supposed to do? What am I to do if Dr. Johns will not? Disc, 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 disc. What day is this today? Friday. All right. Good things are awaiting for me soon. If you like what I do, if you like what's happening on stream, and consider donating to my doctor fund. We're pretty close, actually. I'm gonna once again remind you how much you got and how much we need. So I've gotten $254. So I just need 150 is what is more, which is, I'm gonna tell you, just in case, $40, give or take. I just need $40 more. So I got $60, I just need $40. Which, I'm gonna check something. I'm gonna check something out. Dun 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 dun. Lucy has a. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Excellent. Things are going really well. Things are going really well indeed. Oh my gosh. Let's see. My goodness. Finland aims to raise reservists age limit to 65. Holy crap. 65? Oh my god, that is so brutal. Reservists age up to 65. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, I wanna look at that. Okay. I guess I'm gonna finish for tonight. I'm gonna continue tomorrow, and I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? We're gonna continue. I'm probably gonna stream during the day tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a lot of different things. I'll see you. We've been streaming for like 6 hours over. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna do a lot of different topics. I haven't covered every topic today, but it's gonna be fine. We're gonna do it. Alright. I'm gonna raid you into somebody. As always. Who do I raid you into? Not kid, not kin. No. The serfs. There you go. Go to the serfs. Alright. I'm gonna see you. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here as always.